The morning mist clung to the valleys of northern Idaho like a shroud, its tendrils weaving between the towering pines and Douglas firs that had stood sentinel over these mountains for centuries. Jameson Wright adjusted his pack straps and breathed deeply, tasting the crisp October air that carried hints of snow and the earthy decay of autumn leaves. At 43, he had been hunting these remote wilderness areas for over 2 decades, but something about this particular morning felt different, charged with an energy he couldn't quite identify. Jameson had earned his reputation as one of the most skilled hunters in the Pacific Northwest through patience, persistence, and an almost supernatural ability to read the forest. His weathered hands, scarred from countless expeditions, moved with practiced efficiency as he checked his rifle, a custom .300 Winchester Magnum that had never failed him in 20 years of big game hunting. The weapon was an extension of his body, its weight familiar and comforting against his shoulder. He had hand-loaded every cartridge himself, each bullet precisely weighted and balanced for maximum accuracy at distances that would challenge even experienced marksmen. His hunting partner, Marcus Chen, emerged from behind a cluster of lodgepole pines, his breath visible in the frigid air. Marcus was 15 years Jameson's junior, a wildlife photographer who had transitioned into hunting after years of tracking animals with his camera. Where Jameson relied on instinct and experience, Marcus brought scientific methodology and an almost obsessive attention to detail. His pack contained not just hunting gear, but sophisticated tracking equipment, infrared cameras, digital recording devices, and GPS units that could pinpoint their location within inches. "The weather service is predicting snow by Thursday," Marcus said, consulting the meteorological app on his satellite phone. "If we're going to find that big bull elk the locals have been talking about, we need to move deeper into the wilderness today. The storm front could trap us here for days." Jameson nodded, studying the topographical map spread across a flat boulder. His finger traced the contour lines that indicated steep ridges and hidden valleys, areas where few humans had ever ventured. Old Jim Holbrook mentioned seeing elk sign about 8 miles northeast of here, near Demon's Ridge. Said he found tracks bigger than dinner plates and rub marks 12 feet up on the trees. The mention of Demon's Ridge caused Marcus to pause in his equipment check. Local Shoshone tribes had considered that particular area sacred for generations, warning against ventures into its shadowed depths. Stories circulated among the indigenous communities about strange sounds echoing from the canyon walls, about hunters who ventured too far and returned, speaking of encounters that defied rational explanation. Most locals dismissed these tales as folklore, but something in the way the old-timers spoke suggested deeper truths hidden beneath layers of legend. Jameson had first heard about the ridge 30 years ago from his grandfather, a man who had spent his entire life in these mountains. The elder Wright had never been one for tall tales or supernatural nonsense, but he had spoken of Demon's Ridge with a reverence bordering on fear. "There are places in these mountains," his grandfather had said, "where the rules we understand don't apply. Places where the forest itself seems to watch you, where the silence is too complete and the shadows move when they shouldn't." As they began their ascent toward the ridge, Jameson reflected on what had brought him to this remote corner of Idaho. His life in Boise had become increasingly suffocating. Endless days at the architectural firm where he designed strip malls and suburban developments, nights filled with the artificial glow of screens and the constant hum of urban life. The mountains offered something he couldn't find in civilization: genuine solitude, authentic challenge, and a connection to something larger than himself. The trail they followed was barely visible, little more than game paths carved by generations of elk, deer, and the occasional black bear, Ancient Douglas firs towered overhead, their massive trunks requiring 3 men holding hands to encompass their circumference. These giants had witnessed the passing of centuries, had stood when Native American hunting parties moved through these valleys, when the first European explorers pushed westward seeking passage to the Pacific. Marcus paused frequently to photograph the pristine wilderness, his camera capturing details that the naked eye might miss. Through his telephoto lens, he documented the intricate patterns of bark on the ancient trees, the way morning light filtered through the canopy to create cathedral-like spaces among the forest floor. His photographs would later reveal things they hadn't noticed during their passage: shadows that seemed oddly shaped, disturbances in the underbrush that followed no pattern they recognized. By midday, they had climbed nearly 3,000 feet in elevation, their legs burning from the constant upward grade. The air had grown noticeably thinner, each breath requiring more effort than at lower altitudes. Jameson called for a rest beside a small alpine lake that reflected the surrounding peaks like a perfect mirror. The water was so clear they could see trout moving in the depths, their movements creating ripples that distorted the reflected mountain faces. "Have you ever noticed how quiet it gets up here?" Marcus asked, pulling jerky from his pack. "I mean really quiet. No traffic, no aircraft, no human sounds at all, just the forest." Jameson had noticed. The silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional crack of settling wood or the distant call of a raven. But there was something else, a quality to the quiet that suggested presence rather than absence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. He had experienced this sensation before in remote wilderness areas, but never with such intensity. They resumed their climb after lunch, following what appeared to be a well-worn game trail that wound between massive boulders and across small creek beds. The trail showed signs of recent use: fresh deer droppings, clear hoof prints in soft earth, and tree branches broken at shoulder height where large animals had passed. But among these familiar signs, Jameson began noticing other markings that didn't fit established patterns. A Douglas fir nearly 4 feet in diameter bore scratches that extended from 7 feet to over 10 feet above the ground. The marks were too high for any known predator in the region, too organized to be accidental damage from falling branches. They appeared deliberate, as if something had systematically marked the tree to establish territorial boundaries. The scratches cut deep into the bark, revealing the white wood beneath, and showed signs of recent creation. Sap still oozed from several of the gouges. Marcus photographed the markings extensively, using his macro lens to capture the precise spacing and depth of each scratch. "Bears don't climb that high to mark trees," he said, examining the evidence through his viewfinder. "And these gouges are too wide, too deep. Whatever made these marks has claws unlike anything I've seen before." They discovered similar markings on 3 more trees within the next mile, each showing the same pattern of deliberate scoring at impossible heights. The spacing between the scratches suggested digits longer than human fingers, with strength sufficient to penetrate bark that would turn aside an axe blade. Jameson felt a growing unease that he couldn't articulate, a primitive warning system inherited from ancestors who had survived by recognizing when something wasn't right. The game trail began to change character as they climbed higher, becoming wider and more defined. Instead of the narrow, winding paths typically created by deer and elk, this route showed evidence of something larger, moving with purpose and intelligence. Branches were broken selectively, creating clear passage while leaving surrounding vegetation undisturbed. The trail followed efficient lines across the landscape, taking advantage of natural contours and avoiding obstacles in ways that suggested planning and foresight. As afternoon shadows began lengthening, they crested a ridge that offered their first clear view of Demon's Ridge proper. The formation loomed ahead like a natural fortress. its steep sides rising nearly 1,000 feet from the surrounding forest floor. Ancient rock slides had created a tumbled maze of boulders and crevices at its base, while the upper reaches were crowned with twisted pines that had somehow found purchase in the rocky soil. "Jesus," Marcus whispered, lowering his camera. "No wonder the locals avoid this place. It looks like something out of a nightmare." The ridge seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating shadows that appeared deeper and more complex than natural topography should produce. Even in bright afternoon sunlight, portions of the formation remained shrouded in darkness that seemed to have substance and weight. The rock faces showed strange coloration, not the usual grays and browns of Idaho granite, but deeper hues that suggested minerals not commonly found in the region. They established their base camp in a natural clearing about half a mile from the ridge's base, choosing a location that offered clear sightlines in all directions while providing protection from the wind that had begun picking up as temperatures dropped. Jameson's military training from his younger days guided the camp setup. Everything positioned for quick evacuation if necessary, weapons easily accessible, and escape routes identified and memorized. Marcus set up his trail cameras at strategic points around their campsite, infrared devices that would capture any movement during the night hours when they couldn't maintain watch. The cameras were military-grade equipment he had acquired through his photography contacts, capable of detecting heat signatures at distances up to 300 yards and recording high-definition video in complete darkness. As they prepared dinner over a small camp stove, open fires seemed inadvisable given their growing sense of being observed. Jameson shared what he knew about the history of Demon's Ridge. The Shoshone called it something that translates roughly to "where the forest spirits walk." They believed it was a crossing point between worlds, a place where beings from other realms could manifest in our reality. The indigenous stories spoke of encounters with creatures that defied categorization, beings that possessed intelligence and strength far beyond anything in the natural world. These entities were described as guardians or sentinels, protecting sacred spaces from human intrusion. The tribal elders warned that disturbing these guardians would bring consequences that extended far beyond the immediate encounter. European settlers reported strange incidents as early as the 1860s, Jameson continued, consulting notes he had compiled from historical records. Trappers found camps destroyed with no sign of bears or other known predators. Prospectors reported being followed by something that stayed just beyond visual range, but left footprints larger than any human foot. As darkness settled over their campsite, the temperature dropped rapidly, falling nearly 20 degrees in the first hour after sunset. They retreated to their insulated sleeping bags, but neither man felt inclined toward sleep. The forest around them had grown completely silent. No owl calls, no rustle of small mammals moving through the underbrush, no settling sounds from the trees themselves. "Listen," Marcus whispered around midnight. "Do you hear that?" At first, Jameson heard nothing beyond the whisper of wind through the pine boughs overhead. But gradually, he became aware of something else, a rhythmic sound that might have been breathing if the lungs producing it were the size of oil drums. The sound came from the direction of Demon's Ridge, low and steady, with a quality that suggested enormous chest capacity and deliberate control. The breathing continued for nearly an hour, accompanied by occasional sounds that resembled footsteps, but with a cadence too slow and heavy for any known animal. Between these obvious sounds came subtler noises, the crack of small branches, the rustle of bushes being pushed aside, and what might have been low vocalizations too deep to register clearly in human hearing. Both men lay motionless in their sleeping bags, every sense straining to interpret the sounds surrounding their campsite. The noises seemed to circle their position at a distance of perhaps 200 yards, neither approaching directly nor retreating completely. Whatever was making the sounds appeared to be conducting some kind of reconnaissance, gathering information about the human intruders without revealing itself. Dawn brought relief, but no answers. Marcus's trail cameras had recorded nothing unusual, or rather, they had recorded nothing at all. Each device showed the same anomaly. Clear footage until approximately 11:30 p.m., then static for several hours, then normal recording resuming around 4 a.m. The timing corresponded exactly with their auditory experiences, as if some form of electromagnetic interference had disrupted the electronic equipment. "This doesn't make sense," Marcus said, reviewing the footage on his laptop. "These cameras are military-grade, designed to function in electromagnetic warfare environments. There's no natural phenomenon that should cause this kind of systematic failure." They discovered the first footprint shortly after breakfast, pressed deep into soft earth beside the small creek where they had collected water the previous evening. The print measured 18 inches in length and 8 inches across at its widest point, with clear impressions of 5 toes ending in what appeared to be claws or thick nails. The depth of the impression suggested something weighing well over 400 pounds, yet the edges remained crisp and clear, indicating the creature had moved slowly and deliberately rather than running or charging. Jameson photographed the print from multiple angles, using a dollar bill for scale comparison. The proportions were unmistakably humanoid, but enlarged beyond any known primate species. The toe arrangement showed intelligence in the way weight had been distributed, with the largest toe positioned for balance and the others splayed for traction on uneven ground. "Look at the stride length," Marcus said, measuring the distance to the next clear print. "Nearly 6 feet between steps, and these weren't running strides. This thing was just walking normally." They followed the track for nearly a mile, documenting 17 clear prints and numerous partial impressions. The trail led directly toward Demon's Ridge, following the same route they had planned for their hunting expedition. The creature appeared to be paralleling their intended path, possibly anticipating their movements or guiding them toward a specific location. The morning hunt proceeded as planned, but both men found concentration difficult. Every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. Every sound triggered adrenaline responses that left them constantly on edge. The forest felt different than it had during their previous expeditions. More alive somehow, as if intelligence lurked behind every tree and boulder. They found the elk herd around noon, a magnificent group of 15 animals grazing in a high meadow surrounded by aspen groves. The bull Jameson had been tracking was indeed massive, with an antler spread that exceeded anything he had seen in 20 years of hunting. But as he settled into position for the shot, something in the elk's behavior gave him pause. The animals were nervous, constantly raising their heads to scan the tree line, their ears rotating like radar dishes, seeking threats from all directions. The bull positioned himself between his herd and the forest, his attention focused not on the human hunters, but on something deeper in the woods. His nostrils flared constantly, testing air currents for scents that made him stamp nervously and emit low warning calls. "They're spooked by something," Marcus whispered. "Something that has them more worried than we do." Before Jameson could respond, the elk suddenly scattered as if fleeing mortal danger. The bull's warning call was answered by a sound from the forest that raised the hair on both men's necks. A long, low vocalization that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the mountain air with a power that felt almost physical. The sound was unlike anything in their experience, too deep for a human voice, too complex for any known animal. It rose and fell in patterns that suggested communication, possibly a response to the elk's warning or a challenge directed at the human intruders. The vocalization continued for nearly 30 seconds before fading into echoes that bounced between the mountain peaks. "We need to get out of here," Marcus said, his face pale beneath his beard. "Right now." But as they began gathering their equipment, Jameson found himself reluctant to abandon the hunt. Something about the encounter felt unfinished, as if running away would only postpone an inevitable confrontation. The rational part of his mind agreed with Marcus. They were clearly dealing with something beyond their understanding or ability to handle. But another part, perhaps inherited from ancestors who had faced similar mysteries, urged him to seek answers rather than flee. "Give me 10 minutes," he said, checking his rifle once more. "I want to see what made that sound." The decision would prove to be either the most courageous or most foolish of his life. Moving carefully through the aspen grove where the elk had been feeding, Jameson followed a game trail that led toward the source of the mysterious vocalization. The trail showed fresh sign, not just the massive footprints they had been tracking, but clear evidence that something large had passed through very recently. Broken branches hung at shoulder height, their green wood still oozing sap. The undergrowth was flattened in a pattern that suggested purposeful movement rather than random passage. Most disturbing were the claw marks on several tree trunks, gouges that started at shoulder height and extended nearly 12 feet up the smooth bark of the aspens. Marcus followed reluctantly, his camera ready but his hands shaking slightly as he documented their progress. "This is insane," he muttered. "We're tracking something that could probably tear us apart without breaking stride." The trail led to a natural clearing dominated by a massive fallen log, a Douglas fir that must have been 6 feet in diameter when it fell decades ago. The log was positioned perfectly to provide concealment while offering clear views of the surrounding forest. It was here that Jameson made the discovery that would change his understanding of the natural world forever. Arranged on the far side of the fallen log were the remains of what had once been an elk. Not the elk they had been hunting, but another animal of similar size. The carcass had been systematically dismantled with a precision that spoke of intelligence and purpose. The meat had been removed cleanly, the bones broken open to access the marrow, and the hide stripped away in large, intact pieces. But what made the scene truly extraordinary was the way the remains had been arranged. The bones were organized by size and type, creating patterns that suggested ritual or ceremonial purpose. The skull had been placed at the center of the arrangement, facing toward Demon's Ridge, as if in offering or acknowledgement of some greater authority. "Jesus Christ," Marcus whispered, his camera clicking rapidly as he documented the scene. "This isn't random predation. This is organized planned behavior. This is tool use and ritual activity." Jameson was studying the cutting marks on the bones when he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Mixed among the elk bones were others, clearly from different animals, possibly different species. Some were too large to belong to any creature he recognized, while others showed characteristics that didn't match any known North American fauna. A low growl from the forest behind them cut short their investigation. Both men spun toward the sound, weapons raised, but saw nothing in the shadows between the trees. The growl came again, closer this time, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps moving through the undergrowth with deliberate slowness. "Move," Jameson said quietly. "Slowly and carefully, but move." They began backing away from the arranged bones, their eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The forest seemed to press in around them, shadows shifting and dancing in ways that might have been wind, but felt like something far more purposeful. The temperature had dropped noticeably, their breath beginning to mist despite the afternoon sunshine. The attack, when it came, was nothing like either man had expected. Instead of a charge from the forest, their stalker announced its presence with a demonstration of power that left no doubt about their relative positions in the natural hierarchy. A boulder the size of a small car, which must have weighed several tons, came crashing through the trees to land less than 20 feet from where they stood. The impact shook the ground beneath their feet and sent smaller rocks cascading down the nearby slope. But what made the demonstration truly terrifying was the realization that the boulder had been thrown, hurled with enough force to travel nearly 100 yards through dense forest without striking a single tree. "Run," Marcus said, his voice barely a whisper. "Run right now." They ran, abandoning any pretense of dignified retreat in favor of pure survival. Behind them, the forest erupted in sounds that belonged in nightmares. Trees crashing down, rocks being hurled against rock faces, and over it all, a roar of anger that seemed to shake the very mountains. Jameson had been a competitive runner in high school and had maintained his conditioning through years of mountain hunting, but the terrain they were crossing would have challenged an Olympic athlete. They leaped fallen logs, crashed through undergrowth that tore at their clothing, and scrambled over rock faces that would normally require ropes and careful planning. Behind them, their pursuer crashed through the forest with a speed that defied its apparent size. Trees that would have stopped a charging grizzly bear seemed to offer no impediment whatever. The sound of pursuit grew closer with each passing moment, accompanied by vocalizations that ranged from deep growls to sharp barks that might have been communication signals. Marcus stumbled on a loose rock and went down hard, his ankle twisting beneath him with an audible pop. "Go!" he shouted as Jameson turned back to help. "Don't stop for me!" But Jameson couldn't abandon his friend. Hauling Marcus to his feet, he supported the younger man's weight as they continued their desperate flight. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, close enough now that they could hear individual footsteps striking the ground with impacts that felt like minor earthquakes. They reached their campsite to find it completely destroyed. Their tent had been shredded as if by enormous claws, their supplies scattered across a wide area, and their vehicle, a heavy-duty pickup truck, showed damage that defied explanation. The hood was crumpled, as if something incredibly heavy had landed on it, while deep scratches in the metal showed where claws had raked across the surface. "The keys!" Marcus gasped, searching frantically through the scattered debris. "Where are the keys?" Jameson found them buried under the remains of their destroyed camp stove, but when he tried to start the truck, nothing happened. The engine turned over but wouldn't catch, as if some crucial component had been deliberately disabled. They were stranded, injured, and facing something that had demonstrated both intelligence and overwhelming physical power. The forest around them had grown silent again, but it was the silence of a predator preparing to strike rather than the absence of threat. Whatever was stalking them was taking its time now, perhaps savoring their helplessness or planning its final approach with the same methodical intelligence it had shown in destroying their camp. "There," Marcus pointed toward a cluster of boulders about 50 yards from their destroyed campsite. "That fallen log. We can get under it, make them come to us from one direction." The log Marcus had spotted was one of the ancient giants that occasionally fell in these forests, a Douglas fir that had probably been growing when Lewis and Clark made their famous expedition. Its massive trunk created a natural shelter with enough space underneath for 2 men to take cover while maintaining fields of fire in multiple directions. They made the dash to shelter as the sun began its final descent toward the mountain peaks. Jameson's watch showed 6:30 p.m. They had perhaps 2 hours of daylight remaining, and the thought of facing their stalker in complete darkness was almost paralyzing. They arranged their remaining gear for easy access, rifles loaded and ready, spare ammunition within reach, and their emergency beacon activated to signal for rescue. The beacon represented their only hope for outside intervention, but help was at least 24 hours away, given their remote location. Even if rescue teams responded immediately, they would face the same difficult terrain that had brought Jameson and Marcus to this situation. The 2 men were essentially on their own until at least the following evening. As darkness settled over the mountains, their stalker began its final approach. It moved with the patience of a creature that had conducted such hunts before, circling their position at varying distances while making just enough noise to keep them constantly on edge. Occasionally, they heard the crack of breaking wood or the scrape of claws against stone, but their tormentor remained invisible in the forest shadows. "Can you see anything?" Marcus whispered, peering through the scope of his rifle. Jameson scanned the tree line through his own scope, the weapon's night vision capability providing some advantage in the gathering darkness. But their stalker seemed to understand the limitations of human technology, staying just beyond the range of their equipment while conducting its own reconnaissance. Around midnight, the psychological warfare began in earnest. Rocks began striking the trees around their shelter, not random throws, but precisely aimed projectiles that landed in a pattern clearly designed to heighten their fear. The impacts came from different directions, suggesting either multiple attackers or a single entity with impossible mobility. Between the rock throws came vocalizations that seemed designed to mimic human speech. Deep, guttural sounds that almost formed words, as if their stalker was attempting to communicate or perhaps mocking their efforts at defense. The mimicry was crude but recognizable, particularly when it repeated phrases they had spoken earlier in the day. "It's been listening to us," Marcus said, his voice tight with fear. "Since we arrived, maybe longer. It knows how we think, how we communicate." The realization that they were dealing with an intelligence that had been studying them was more terrifying than any physical threat. Their stalker hadn't simply stumbled upon them during their hunting expedition. It had been aware of their presence from the beginning, possibly guiding their movements toward this predetermined confrontation. Around 2 a.m., exhaustion began taking its toll despite their terror. Marcus dozed fitfully against the log that sheltered them, his injured ankle propped on his pack to reduce swelling. Jameson maintained watch, fighting the fatigue that threatened to overwhelm his ability to concentrate. It was during one of these moments of diminished alertness that their stalker made its move. The attack came not as a direct assault, but as a demonstration of power calculated to break their spirits. A tree approximately 40 feet tall and 2 feet in diameter came crashing down less than 10 yards from their shelter. The impact shook the ground and sent debris flying in all directions, but what made the event truly terrifying was the realization that the tree had been pushed over rather than chopped down. In the aftermath of the falling tree, complete silence returned to the forest. No sounds of retreat, no further demonstrations of power, just the oppressive quiet that suggested their stalker was now close enough to strike without warning. Jameson gripped his rifle with sweat-slicked palms, knowing that their next contact would likely be their last. Dawn came slowly, filtered through a canopy that seemed denser than it had the previous day. With first light came the discovery that would define the rest of Jameson's life. Clear evidence that their stalker had spent the night within striking distance of their shelter. Footprints circled their position at a distance of perhaps 20 yards, showing that the creature had maintained surveillance throughout the night hours. The prints revealed details invisible in previous encounters, precise toe impressions showing opposable thumbs, heel strikes that indicated bipedal locomotion, and a gait pattern that suggested both human intelligence and animalistic power. But most disturbing was the realization that several of the footprints showed the creature had approached to within 10 feet of their shelter. The impressions in soft earth clearly showed where it had stood motionless for extended periods, close enough to reach out and touch them if it had chosen to do so. "It was playing with us," Marcus said, studying the evidence through his camera lens. "It could have taken us at any time during the night. This whole thing has been some kind of game or test." They decided to make another attempt at reaching their disabled vehicle, hoping that daylight might reveal damage that could be repaired with their limited tools. The truck represented their only realistic hope of escape, since Marcus's ankle injury made extended hiking impossible, and their emergency beacon had yet to generate any response. The forest seemed different in morning light, less oppressive, but somehow more alien. Colors appeared muted, as if filtered through an atmosphere that didn't quite match Earth's normal spectrum. Sounds carried strangely, with echoes that lasted too long and quiet periods that felt unnaturally complete. Their vehicle showed even more damage than they had observed in the previous evening's panic. The hood was not just dented, but actually torn, with metal edges that showed clear fingerprint impressions in steel that should have been impossible to deform by hand. The engine compartment revealed systematic sabotage, wiring harnesses pulled apart, hoses severed, and critical components removed entirely. "Look at this," Marcus said, pointing to the missing alternator. "The bolts weren't loosened, they were twisted off. Whatever did this has enough strength to snap hardened steel as if it were plastic." As they examined the destruction, Jameson became aware that they were being observed again. The sensation was unmistakable, the weight of intelligent eyes studying their every movement from somewhere in the surrounding forest. He turned slowly, scanning the tree line for any sign of their watcher, and finally spotted what might have been a face peering from behind a massive pine trunk nearly 100 yards away. The features were clearly visible for perhaps 3 seconds before withdrawing behind the tree. A face that combined human intelligence with animal power, covered in dark hair that might have been fur or might have been something else entirely. The eyes were the most disturbing feature, showing awareness and calculation that suggested planning capabilities far beyond any known primate species. "There," Jameson pointed toward the tree where he had seen the face. "Behind that big pine. It's watching us right now." Marcus aimed his telephoto lens in the indicated direction and began shooting rapid-fire sequences, hoping to capture evidence of their stalker's appearance. But whatever had been watching them was gone, leaving only empty forest where moments before an impossible face had been studying them with obvious intelligence. They retreated to their log shelter to plan their next move, but options were becoming increasingly limited. The emergency beacon had been broadcasting for over 12 hours without generating any response, suggesting either equipment failure or interference they didn't understand. Marcus's ankle was swelling badly, making extended travel impossible, and their stalker showed no signs of losing interest in its human subjects. "We need to try something different," Jameson said, studying the topographical map that had somehow survived the destruction of their camp. "There's an old mining road about 3 miles north of here. If we can reach it, we might be able to flag down help. The route would require crossing difficult terrain while carrying an injured man, but remaining stationary no longer seemed like a viable option. Their stalker's behavior suggested a creature intelligent enough to understand human limitations and patient enough to wait for them to exhaust their options completely. They began their desperate journey around noon, moving as quickly as Marcus's injury would allow, while maintaining constant vigilance for signs of pursuit. The forest seemed to watch their progress with malevolent interest, branches rustling without wind and shadows moving in patterns that followed no natural law. Their stalker made no attempt at concealment during the daylight pursuit, crashing through the undergrowth parallel to their route while maintaining a distance of perhaps 50 yards. Occasionally, it would appear briefly at the edge of their vision, a massive figure moving through the trees with speed that defied its apparent bulk. The psychological pressure was enormous, knowing that something of incredible power was tracking their every movement, while choosing not to attack created a constant state of terror that threatened to overwhelm rational thought. Every step forward required tremendous effort of will, fighting against instincts that demanded immediate flight or defensive action. Around 3 p.m., they reached a steep ravine that blocked their direct route to the mining road. The obstacle required either a dangerous descent into the rocky gorge or a long detour that would add hours to their journey. With daylight fading and their stalker growing bolder, neither option seemed survivable. "Down," Jameson decided. "We'll rope down to the bottom and climb the other side. It's faster than going around, and maybe the terrain will slow down whatever's following us." They rigged their climbing ropes to a sturdy pine and began the descent into the ravine. The rock faces were unstable, with loose stones that cascaded into the depths at the slightest touch. Marcus's injured ankle made the climb extremely dangerous, but the alternative of remaining on level ground with their pursuer seemed worse. Halfway down the cliff face, their stalker appeared at the ravine's edge. For the first time, they saw it clearly in full daylight, a creature that stood nearly 9 feet tall, covered in dark hair that reflected light like polished metal. Its proportions were unmistakably humanoid, but enlarged beyond any known primate species, with arms that reached nearly to its knees and hands that could probably encircle a man's torso. But it was the intelligence in the creature's eyes that was most disturbing. This was clearly not some primitive beast acting on instinct, but a thinking being capable of planning and decision-making. It studied their descent with obvious interest, perhaps calculating whether to follow them into the ravine or wait for them to emerge on the other side. "Don't look up," Jameson said quietly. "Just keep climbing down." If it wanted to attack, it would have done so already. The creature watched their progress for several minutes before disappearing from the ravine's edge. They could hear it moving through the forest above, presumably paralleling their route and looking for the best position to continue its surveillance. The sounds suggested movement with purpose rather than random wandering. Their stalker clearly understood their destination and was planning accordingly. They reached the bottom of the ravine as the sun touched the mountain peaks, casting long shadows that turned the rocky gorge into a maze of darkness and filtered light. A small stream ran along the bottom, its water so clear they could see every pebble on the bottom despite the deepening gloom. The climb up the opposite wall proved even more challenging than the descent. Loose rock and uncertain handholds made every movement dangerous, while their stalker's presence somewhere above added urgency that led to mistakes and near falls. Marcus's ankle had swollen to the point where he could barely maintain his grip on the rope, forcing Jameson to essentially haul his friend up the cliff face through sheer determination. They emerged from the ravine just as full darkness settled over the mountains, their hands torn and bleeding from the rough rock, their clothing shredded by countless encounters with sharp stone edges. But ahead, perhaps half a mile through the forest, they could see lights that indicated human presence, the mining road they had been seeking. The final approach required crossing an open meadow that offered no concealment, but promised the fastest route to potential rescue. They had covered perhaps half the distance when their stalker finally revealed itself completely, stepping from the forest edge to stand directly in their path. In the pale moonlight, the creature was even more imposing than it had appeared during daylight hours. Its massive frame blocked their route to safety, while its eyes reflected available light like mirrors, creating an otherworldly appearance that seemed to shift between animal and something far more complex. For nearly a minute, the three beings stood motionless in the mountain meadow, two terrified humans and one creature that represented everything their species had forgotten about the natural world. The silence was complete, except for the whisper of wind through the grass and the ragged breathing of two men who had pushed themselves beyond normal human limits. Then the creature spoke. The words were deep and difficult to understand, formed by vocal cords designed for purposes other than human speech, but the meaning was unmistakable. Leave. Now. Never return. The voice carried authority that seemed to resonate through the ground itself, a command backed by power that could enforce compliance without difficulty. But there was something else in the tone, not malice or hatred, but rather the firm instruction of a guardian protecting something that humans weren't meant to encounter. Jameson found his voice despite terror that threatened to paralyze his vocal cords. "We're leaving. We won't come back. We won't tell anyone what we've seen." The creature studied him for several seconds, perhaps evaluating the sincerity of his promise or calculating whether humans could be trusted to honor such agreements. Finally, it stepped aside, creating a clear path to the lights ahead while maintaining its position to ensure compliance with its demands. They walked slowly past the towering figure, close enough to smell the musk of its fur and feel the heat radiating from its massive body. Neither man dared look directly at their escort, but peripheral vision revealed details that would haunt their dreams for years to come. Hands tipped with claws that could tear metal, muscles that rippled like cables under the moonlight, and eyes that tracked their every movement with unblinking intensity. The mining road proved to be a dirt track used by forestry services, but it showed recent tire marks that suggested regular human traffic. They had walked perhaps a quarter-mile along the road when headlights appeared in the distance, a park service patrol vehicle making its evening rounds through the remote wilderness areas. The rescue that followed was routine from the ranger's perspective. Two hunters who had gotten lost and suffered minor injuries during their expedition. Jameson spun a story about getting turned around in unfamiliar terrain and falling down a steep slope, which explained their torn clothing and Marcus's ankle injury without mentioning their true experiences. During the ride to the nearest ranger station, both men remained silent about what they had encountered. The decision was partly self-preservation. Who would believe such an impossible story? But also recognition that some truths were too dangerous to share. Their stalker had demonstrated intelligence and power that could reshape human understanding of the natural world, but it had also shown restraint and even a form of mercy in allowing them to escape. The ranger who processed their rescue report was a 20-year veteran of the Forest Service, a man who had spent his career dealing with lost hunters and tourist emergencies. But as he documented their story, he asked questions that suggested deeper knowledge than his official role would indicate. "You fellows didn't happen to see anything unusual up there, did you?" he asked casually while filling out paperwork. "We get reports sometimes of strange sounds, unusual tracks, that sort of thing. Probably just bears, but we like to keep track of wildlife activity in the remote areas." Jameson met the ranger's eyes and recognized something there. Not skepticism or casual curiosity, but the look of a man who had encountered his own mysteries in the wilderness and understood the weight of secrets. "Nothing unusual," he said. "Just bears and elk, like you said." The ranger nodded slowly, perhaps accepting the lie, or perhaps understanding the necessity for it. "Well, you folks were lucky to get out when you did. Weather Service is predicting a major storm front moving through the area. Could have been snowed in for days." The drive back to Boise passed in relative silence, both men lost in their own thoughts as they processed what they had experienced. The familiar landmarks of civilization, paved roads, electric lights, radio towers, seemed alien after their encounter with something that existed completely outside human understanding. Marcus broke the silence as they reached the city limits. "What do we do now? How do we go back to normal life after something like that?" It was a question that would define the rest of their existence. How do you return to routine concerns about mortgage payments and traffic jams when you've encountered intelligence that predates human civilization? How do you explain to friends and family why you've suddenly lost interest in hunting trips and wilderness adventures? Jameson's first attempt at normalcy came 3 days later when he returned to his job at the architectural firm. The office environment felt claustrophobic after the vast openness of the mountains, while conversations about building permits and zoning regulations seemed almost painfully trivial. His colleagues noticed the change immediately. the thousand-yard stare of someone who had seen beyond the boundaries of everyday reality. "Rough hunting trip?" his partner asked, observing Jameson's obvious discomfort with indoor spaces. "You could say that," Jameson replied, forcing himself to focus on blueprints that represented everything mundane and predictable about human existence. But concentration proved impossible. Every shadow in the office corridors reminded him of the forest darkness where something beyond human understanding had chosen to spare his life. Every creak of the building's structure brought memories of trees crashing down under impossible strength. The simple act of walking to the parking garage after work required tremendous effort of will, fighting against primitive instincts that screamed warnings about dark spaces and hidden watchers. Marcus fared even worse during his attempts at normal life. His photography business had been built on outdoor adventures and wildlife documentation, but he found himself unable to venture beyond city limits without experiencing panic attacks that left him shaking and disoriented. The ankle injury healed within weeks, but the psychological damage proved far more persistent. "I can't stop thinking about how close it got to us," he confided during one of their weekly meetings at a downtown coffee shop. "All those hours, when we thought we were hiding from it, it was probably standing close enough to reach out and touch us. The only reason we're alive is because it chose to let us live." They began researching their experience obsessively, scouring internet forums and academic databases for any information about similar encounters. The search led them deep into a hidden world of suppressed reports, classified government documents, and testimonies from witnesses who had been systematically discredited or intimidated into silence. The patterns they discovered were disturbing. For over a century, encounters with creatures matching their experience had been reported throughout the Pacific Northwest, but official responses followed a consistent template. Witnesses were either dismissed as hoaxes or were subjected to pressure that ensured their silence. Physical evidence disappeared from government labs, while researchers who pursued the topic too aggressively found their careers destroyed through bureaucratic sabotage. "There's a whole infrastructure devoted to keeping this secret," Marcus said, spreading printouts across Jameson's kitchen table. "Military units, government agencies, academic institutions, all working together to suppress information about something that could revolutionize our understanding of evolution and intelligence." The deeper they dug, the more evidence they found of official cover-ups spanning decades. Witness testimonies that matched their own experience in precise detail, only to be dismissed as fantasies or hoaxes. Plaster casts of footprints that were confiscated by federal agents and never seen again. Photographs and video footage that vanished from evidence lockers or were discredited through technical arguments that didn't withstand serious examination. 3 months after their encounter, they received their first official visit. 2 men in dark suits appeared at Jameson's office, identifying themselves as representatives of the Forest Service's Special Investigations Unit. Their questions were casual but pointed, focusing on unusual wildlife sightings during hunting expeditions and whether he had encountered anything that didn't fit established behavioral patterns. "We understand you had some equipment problems during your recent trip to the Demon's Ridge area," one of the men said, consulting notes from a file that seemed unusually thick for a routine follow-up. "Damaged vehicle, destroyed camping gear, must have been quite an experience." Jameson stuck to his original story about getting lost and suffering equipment failures due to weather conditions. But the investigators' knowing expressions suggested they were far more interested in what he wasn't saying than in his official statement. The meeting ended with polite reminders about the importance of reporting unusual wildlife activity to appropriate authorities. Similar visits followed at regular intervals, different agencies, different personnel, but always the same underlying message: Someone with significant resources was very interested in their expedition and very concerned about what they might choose to share with the public. The surveillance was subtle but unmistakable. Unfamiliar vehicles parked near their homes, phone calls with suspicious audio quality, and internet searches that generated responses far too quickly for random data collection. The psychological pressure was enormous. Both men found themselves constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering whether casual conversations were being monitored and if their research activities were triggering responses from unnamed authorities. The encounter that had changed their understanding of the natural world was becoming a burden that threatened to destroy their ability to function in normal society. "Maybe they're right," Marcus said during one of their increasingly paranoid discussions. "Maybe some things are too dangerous to know. Maybe ignorance really is bliss." But abandoning their search for answers proved impossible. The creature they had encountered represented something fundamental about the world that human civilization had either forgotten or chosen to ignore. Its intelligence and restraint suggested a complex relationship with the human species that extended far beyond random wilderness encounters. Their breakthrough came through an unexpected source, a retired anthropologist named Dr. Sarah Blackwood, who had spent 30 years studying indigenous oral traditions throughout the Pacific Northwest. Her academic work had been conventional enough to avoid official scrutiny, but her private research had led her to conclusions that mainstream science refused to consider. "The tribal stories aren't folklore," she explained during their clandestine meeting at a remote diner outside Boise. "They're historical records of interactions with a species that has been sharing this continent with humans for thousands of years. The creatures you encountered aren't anomalies. They're members of a sophisticated society that has mastered the art of remaining hidden from human observation." Dr. Blackwood's research suggested that the entities known to popular culture as Bigfoot or Sasquatch were actually representatives of an ancient intelligence that had learned to coexist with human expansion through careful territory management and selective revelation. Their occasional appearances to human witnesses weren't accidental encounters, but rather calculated interactions designed to maintain certain boundaries without triggering widespread knowledge that could threaten their continued existence. "Think about it from their perspective," she continued, spreading maps that showed encounter locations throughout the Pacific Northwest. "Humans have overrun most of the continent in less than 2 centuries. The only way for another intelligent species to survive alongside us is through superior knowledge of our behavior patterns and careful management of contact incidents." The maps revealed patterns that official investigations had either missed or chosen to ignore. Encounter locations clustered around areas of particular ecological significance, ancient forests, pristine watersheds, and regions containing mineral deposits that human industry would find extremely valuable. The creatures seemed to function as guardians of environmental resources, intervening only when human activities threatened critical natural systems. "Your encounter wasn't random, Doctor," Blackwood said, pointing to the location where they had met their stalker. "Demon's Ridge sits on one of the largest undiscovered copper deposits in North America. Mining companies have been trying to get exploration permits for that area for 20 years, but bureaucratic delays keep blocking their applications. I suspect those delays aren't entirely bureaucratic." The revelation that their encounter had been part of a larger pattern of environmental protection added new dimensions to their understanding of what they had experienced. Their stalker hadn't been a mindless predator, but rather an intelligent guardian protecting resources that were critical to the survival of multiple species. But understanding the broader context did little to alleviate their personal trauma. Both men continued to struggle with symptoms that psychologists would classify as severe post-traumatic stress disorder. But traditional therapy proved useless when the underlying cause couldn't be discussed openly. Their social lives deteriorated as they found themselves unable to relate to friends and family members whose concerns seemed trivial compared to the cosmic implications of their encounter. Jameson's marriage suffered particularly severe strain as his wife struggled to understand his sudden personality changes. Weekend hunting trips had been replaced by obsessive research sessions, while his previously easygoing nature had given way to constant vigilance and barely controlled anxiety. She attributed the changes to a midlife crisis or professional burnout, never suspecting that her husband had encountered something that challenged the foundations of human knowledge. "You're different," she said during one of their increasingly frequent arguments. "Ever since that hunting trip, it's like you're afraid of everything. You won't go camping. You won't even walk in the park after dark. What happened up there?" The question hung between them like a chasm that couldn't be bridged. How could he explain that her husband had learned humanity wasn't alone on Earth, that intelligence and power existed beyond human understanding, and that the comfortable certainties of modern life were built on foundations of systematic ignorance? Marcus faced similar challenges as his photography business collapsed under the weight of his inability to work in wilderness environments. Clients who had hired him for his expertise in outdoor adventure photography found themselves dealing with someone who could barely function beyond city limits. His reputation in the industry suffered as word spread about cancelled expeditions and projects abandoned due to unexplained panic attacks. "I used to love the forest," he confided to Jameson during one of their regular support sessions. "Now I can't even look at trees without remembering those eyes watching us." Every shadow looks like something that might be waiting to reveal itself. As the first anniversary of their encounter approached, both men found themselves drawn back toward the Demon's Ridge area, despite their conscious desire to avoid any reminder of their experience. The pull was psychological rather than logical, a need to revisit the location where their understanding of reality had been permanently altered. They made the journey together, driving the same route they had taken a year earlier, but with completely different expectations. This time, they carried no hunting equipment, no camping gear, and no intention of venturing beyond the marked trails that served casual hikers and tourists. The forest looked exactly as it had during their previous visit, but their perception of it had changed completely. Instead of seeing wilderness waiting to be conquered by human skill and technology, they recognized it as the domain of intelligence that tolerated human presence only under specific conditions. Every tree could hide watching eyes. Every sound might be communication in languages humans had never learned to interpret. They parked at the same trailhead where their adventure had begun, but ventured only a few hundred yards into the forest before overwhelming anxiety forced them to retreat. The weight of invisible observation was almost physical, pressing down on them with the certainty that they were being evaluated by minds they couldn't comprehend. "It's still here," Marcus said, his face pale despite the warm afternoon sunshine. "Still watching, still protecting this place. And it remembers us." The drive home passed in contemplative silence as both men processed the realization that their encounter had created a permanent connection to something beyond human understanding. They were forever changed, marked by an experience that separated them from the rest of humanity while connecting them to mysteries that most people would never glimpse. Years passed, and the acute trauma gradually gave way to a different kind of understanding. Both men learned to function within the boundaries of their altered reality, developing coping mechanisms that allowed them to maintain appearances of normal life while carrying knowledge that few humans possessed. Jameson eventually returned to hunting, but only in areas far from the mountain wilderness where his perspective had been transformed. His expeditions became less about the challenge of taking game and more about reconnecting with aspects of the natural world that didn't threaten his fragile psychological equilibrium. He never again ventured into truly remote wilderness areas, restricting his activities to regions where human presence was common enough to provide psychological comfort. Marcus rebuilt his photography business by focusing on urban and suburban wildlife, documenting the intersection between human development and animal adaptation. His work took on deeper significance as he explored themes of coexistence between intelligent species, though few viewers understood the personal experiences that informed his artistic vision. The official pressure gradually decreased as years passed without public revelation of their experience. The surveillance became less obvious, the mysterious visitors stopped appearing, and their internet activities no longer generated suspicious responses. Whatever agencies had been concerned about their knowledge seemed satisfied that they had chosen silence over exposure, but the knowledge itself never faded. Both men remained connected to a larger truth about the world that most humans never encountered, the understanding that intelligence and consciousness existed in forms that science had never documented, that the natural world contained guardians and protectors that operated according to principles humans barely glimpsed. Now, decades after that transformative encounter in the Idaho wilderness, Jameson Wright sits in his comfortable suburban home, surrounded by the artifacts of an ordinary life that conceals extraordinary knowledge. His hunting trophies line the walls, testament to skills that once seemed important before he learned his true place in the natural hierarchy. The story has never been told publicly, despite countless opportunities to seek fame or financial gain through revelation. The decision to maintain silence wasn't born from fear of ridicule or official retaliation, but from respect for intelligence that had chosen to spare human lives when it possessed the power to eliminate witnesses to its existence. Sometimes, on clear nights when the moon illuminates the mountains visible from his backyard, Jameson finds himself remembering the weight of those ancient eyes studying him across a mountain meadow. He remembers the voice that spoke with authority older than human civilization, commanding respect for boundaries that protected mysteries humanity wasn't ready to understand. The creature that confronted them in the Idaho wilderness demonstrated that the Earth contains intelligence and consciousness beyond human comprehension, but it also showed that coexistence remains possible when boundaries are respected and secrets are honored. The encounter that changed two men's understanding of reality also taught them that some knowledge carries responsibilities that extend far beyond personal experience. Marcus has often suggested that they break their silence, that the world deserves to know about the guardians that protect critical environmental resources from human exploitation. But Jameson maintains their original agreement, remembering the restraint shown by a being that could have eliminated them without effort, yet chose instead to issue a warning and allow their escape. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again, he tells his friend during their annual memorial gathering. What we experienced was a gift, the knowledge that we're not alone, that intelligence and wisdom exist beyond human understanding, but it was also a responsibility to protect that knowledge from those who would use it destructively. The hunting accident that officially explains his cracked ribs and extended absence from work has become part of his personal mythology, a cover story that allows him to function in a world where the truth would be either dismissed as fantasy or exploited for purposes that would threaten the very entities that showed him mercy. He carries the physical scars of his encounter in the form of ribs that ache during changes in weather, but the psychological scars run deeper and have proven more persistent. The knowledge that humanity shares the earth with intelligence that operates according to principles we've never learned has changed everything about how he perceives civilization's relationship with the natural world. The elk that he never killed has become symbolic of the hunting expedition that revealed far more significant prey, the understanding that humans are not the apex predators we imagine ourselves to be, that our species exists within ecosystems monitored and managed by consciousness that predates our emergence by millennia. Looking back across the decades since that October morning when he set out to hunt elk in the Idaho mountains, Jameson Wright recognizes that the encounter changed not just his understanding of the world, but his fundamental identity as a human being. He learned that courage sometimes means respecting warnings from superior intelligence, that survival can depend on accepting limitations rather than pushing beyond them. The forest where he met his guardian still calls to him in dreams, its ancient trees whispering secrets that human language cannot express. In those dreams, he sometimes glimpses the massive figure that chose to spare his life, watching from shadows, with eyes that reflect starlight and knowledge, accumulated across centuries of careful observation. He wakes from these dreams with the certainty that the guardians are still there, still protecting boundaries that most humans never approach, still maintaining the delicate balance that allows two intelligent species to share a planet without destroying each other. The encounter that once seemed like the most terrifying experience of his life has become a source of deep comfort, proof that wisdom and restraint exist even in realms of incredible power. The story ends not with conquest or revelation, but with acceptance, the recognition that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, that some encounters are meant to change the witness rather than the world. In the vast Idaho wilderness, where ancient intelligences maintain their eternal watch, the boundaries between species remain intact, protected by understanding earned through terror, respect, and the wisdom to honor silence above truth. The next case, the Green Encounter. The morning mist clung to the Douglas firs like gossamer threads, weaving between the massive trunks that had stood sentinel in these Washington mountains for centuries. Lucas Green adjusted his backpack straps and checked his rifle one final time, the familiar weight of the Winchester 30-006 reassuring against his shoulder. At 43, he had been hunting these woods for over 2 decades, following trails his grandfather had shown him as a boy, reading sign in the forest floor like scripture. His weathered hands bore the calluses of a man who worked with tools and rope, while his eyes held the patience of someone who understood that the wilderness operated on its own timeline, not man's. The October air carried the crisp promise of winter, tinged with the earthy aroma of decomposing leaves and the clean scent of snow-fed streams tumbling down from the higher elevations. Lucas had driven up from Tacoma before dawn, his Ford pickup loaded with gear for what he planned to be a 5-day hunting trip in the Cascade Range, specifically targeting the remote wilderness area north of Mount Rainier, where few hunters ventured. The terrain was challenging, accessible only by logging roads that hadn't seen maintenance in years, then miles of hiking through terrain that could humble even experienced outdoorsmen. His destination was a particular valley his grandfather, Thomas Green, had first shown him in 1985. The old man had been a logger here in the 1940s and 50s, back when the timber companies carved roads deep into virgin forest. Thomas had told stories of this place, stories that went beyond simple hunting advice. He spoke of strange sounds that carried impossible distances through the trees, of finding massive footprints that belonged to no known animal, of catching glimpses of shadows that moved with intelligence through the undergrowth. Lucas had dismissed most of these tales as the embellishments of an aging woodsman, though he couldn't deny that something about this particular valley had always felt different. The hike in took 3 hours, following a game trail that wound through stands of old-growth cedar and across multiple creek crossings where the clear water ran so cold it numbed his teeth when he stopped to drink. His boots, well-worn danners that had carried him through countless wilderness adventures, found purchase on the rocky trail with the confidence that came from years of experience. The weight of his pack, 50 pounds of camping gear, food for 5 days, ammunition, first aid supplies and emergency equipment, distributed evenly across his frame. He had learned long ago that comfort in the wilderness came from preparation and the right equipment. By mid-morning, he had reached the valley floor where scattered meadows opened between the forest walls like natural amphitheaters. The grass stood tall and golden, heavy with seed heads that bent in the light breeze. Deer sign was everywhere, tracks in the soft earth near water sources, droppings both fresh and weathered, browse lines on the vegetation where animals had fed. This was prime habitat, and Lucas felt the familiar surge of anticipation that came with entering country where game was abundant. He made camp in a clearing beside a small creek, setting up his tent on level ground and arranging his gear with the methodical efficiency of someone who had done this hundreds of times. The camp was positioned to take advantage of natural windbreaks while maintaining sight lines in multiple directions, habits ingrained by years of solo hunting in remote locations. His camp stove, water filtration system, and food stores were organized within easy reach, while his rifle remained close at hand, loaded but with the safety engaged. The first 2 days passed in the comfortable rhythm of wilderness hunting. Lucas glassed the meadows from concealed positions, identifying game trails and feeding areas, noting the times when deer moved through different parts of the valley. He saw several does with yearlings, a few young bucks, and sign of at least one mature bull that had rubbed trees along the edge of the timber. The weather remained clear and cool, perfect conditions for hunting, with light winds that wouldn't carry his scent to wary game. On the third morning, as the first grey light began to penetrate the forest canopy, Lucas was already positioned on a ridge overlooking a meadow where deer consistently fed just after dawn. The wait required absolute stillness, controlling his breathing to minimize vapor clouds in the cold air, maintaining focus despite the cramping that came from remaining motionless for extended periods. This was the essence of hunting: patience, awareness, and the ability to remain completely still, while every sense stayed alert for the slightest movement or sound that might indicate approaching game. The buck, Benjamin Longfeather, had been tracking deer through the Nantahala National Forest for 3 days when the first signs appeared. At 42, he possessed the weathered hands and keen eyes of a man who had spent more than half his life reading the language of the wilderness. His Cherokee grandfather had taught him to hunt these mountains when he was barely tall enough to shoulder a rifle, and now Ben carried forward traditions that stretched back generations through the mist-shrouded peaks of western North Carolina. The morning of October 15th dawned crisp and clear, with that particular quality of light that comes only in autumn when the leaves have turned but haven't yet begun their final descent. Ben had risen before dawn in his small cabin nestled in a hollow between Waya Bald and the Tennessee border, following the same routine that had served him well for decades. Coffee first, black and strong, heated over the wood stove that provided the cabin's only warmth. Then a careful inspection of his gear, the 30-006 rifle that had belonged to his father, the leather hunting pack his grandmother had sewn when he was 15, and the knife with the bone handle that never left his belt. He had planned this hunt for weeks, studying topographical maps and consulting his detailed journals that recorded deer patterns, seasonal movements, and the subtle changes in forest behavior that most hunters never noticed. Ben wasn't like most hunters. Where others saw only trees and undergrowth, he read stories written in broken twigs, disturbed soil, and the faint traces of scent that lingered long after an animal had passed. His success rate was legendary among the Cherokee hunters who still practiced the old ways, and he supplemented his income as a forest ranger by guiding hunters who paid well for his expertise. The area he had chosen for this particular hunt lay deep in the national forest, accessible only by a network of logging roads that had been abandoned for more than a decade. It was a region he knew intimately, having spent countless hours exploring its ridges and valleys, mapping its seasonal rhythms, and learning the intricate relationships between predator and prey that governed life in these ancient mountains. The Cherokee had hunted here for countless generations before European settlers arrived, and Ben felt the weight of that history in every step he took through the forest. His truck, a battered Ford pickup with more than 200,000 miles on its odometer, handled the rough terrain with the reliability of a machine that had been properly maintained and respectfully used. Ben had modified it over the years, adding a heavy-duty suspension, all-terrain tires, and a custom rack for transporting game. The engine ran quiet, a necessity for reaching hunting grounds without alerting every animal within miles to his presence. As he drove deeper into the forest, following a winding dirt road that grew progressively narrower and more overgrown, Ben felt the familiar sense of anticipation that came with entering truly wild country. The trees pressed closer to the road, their branches creating a canopy so thick that midday felt like twilight. Ancient oaks and hickories stood alongside towering pines, while beneath them an understory of mountain laurel, rhododendron, and wild azalea created an almost impenetrable wall of vegetation. He had been coming to this particular area for nearly 15 years, drawn by its isolation and the abundance of deer that used the area as a corridor between feeding and bedding grounds. The terrain was challenging, with steep ridges separated by narrow hollows, where small streams carried mountain runoff toward the distant Tennessee River. It was exactly the kind of country that deer preferred, offering both security and easy access to food sources. Ben parked his truck at the end of the logging road, in a small clearing that had been created decades earlier when timber companies still worked these mountains. Now it served as his base camp, a natural staging area where he could organize his gear and plan his approach to the hunting grounds that lay deeper in the forest. He had been here so many times that the routine was automatic. Unload his pack, check his compass and GPS unit, study the wind direction, and review his intended route one final time. The silence of the deep forest enveloped him as he prepared for the hunt. It wasn't the absence of sound, but rather a symphony of small noises that most people never learn to hear. The rustle of leaves as a squirrel moved through the canopy, the distant drumming of a woodpecker working dead timber, the almost inaudible whisper of wind through pine needles, and underneath it all, the profound quiet that comes only in places where human influence has been minimal for generations. Ben's hunting strategy was methodical and patient, based on years of observation and an understanding of deer behavior that came from both Cherokee tradition and modern wildlife management principles. He knew that the deer in this area followed predictable patterns, moving from bedding areas on the steep ridges down to feeding areas in the creek bottoms during early morning and late afternoon. His plan was to position himself along one of these travel corridors and wait for the deer to come to him. The first day of hunting passed without incident. Ben had selected a position overlooking a narrow saddle between two ridges, a natural funnel that deer had been using for generations. He arrived well before dawn, moving through the forest with the silent efficiency that had been drilled into him since childhood. His grandfather had taught him that successful hunting required becoming part of the forest, moving with its rhythms rather than imposing his own presence upon it. As the sun rose and filtered through the canopy, Ben settled into the patient watchfulness that characterized his hunting style. He had learned long ago that the forest would reveal its secrets only to those who took the time to truly observe. Every few minutes, he would carefully scan his surroundings, noting the positions of birds, the direction of air currents, and the subtle changes in light and shadow that might indicate movement. The hours passed slowly, marked only by the gradual progression of sunlight across the forest floor and the occasional movement of small wildlife. A family of grey squirrels worked the oak trees behind his position, their busy chatter providing a constant background noise. A red-tailed hawk circled high overhead, riding the thermals that rose from the warming valleys. Twice, Ben heard the distant gobble of wild turkeys, and once he caught a glimpse of a black bear moving through the rhododendron thickets on the opposite ridge. By midday, when deer movement typically ceased until late afternoon, Ben had seen no sign of his intended quarry. This wasn't unusual or concerning. Successful hunting often required multiple days of patient effort. He spent the afternoon hours exploring the area around his hunting position, reading sign and confirming his understanding of local deer patterns. What he found troubled him slightly. The deer sign was there, tracks, droppings and browsed vegetation, but it seemed older than he had expected. The area that should have shown fresh evidence of deer activity from the previous night was strangely empty. Even more puzzling, he found several locations where large areas of vegetation had been disturbed, as if something much larger than a deer had passed through. Ben examined these disturbances carefully, drawing on decades of experience in reading animal sign. The broken branches were too high to have been caused by deer, and the pattern of damage suggested something much more powerful than any animal he was familiar with. Some saplings had been twisted rather than broken, as if they had been deliberately bent aside by something with the intelligence to clear a path through the undergrowth. The footprints he found deepened his confusion. They were clearly mammalian, showing the five-toed pattern of a primate, but they were enormous, nearly 18 inches long and proportionally wide. The depth of the impressions in the soft soil suggested a creature of immense weight, far heavier than any animal known to inhabit these mountains. Ben photographed the prints with his digital camera, using his hunting knife as a scale reference, and carefully measured their dimensions in his field notebook. That evening, as Ben returned to his truck and prepared for the night, he found himself thinking about the stories his grandfather had told him as a child. Cherokee tradition spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the forest giant, a creature that lived in the deepest parts of the mountains and appeared only to those who ventured too far from the safety of human settlements. As a child, Ben had dismissed these stories as folklore, designed to keep young people from wandering too far into dangerous country. Now, examining the photographs of the massive footprints on his camera's display screen, he wondered if there might be more truth to the old stories than he had ever considered. The second day of hunting brought more of the same puzzling evidence. Ben had moved to a different area, following a creek drainage that led deeper into the mountains. The deer sign was even older here, and the strange disturbances more frequent. He found trees that had been stripped of their bark in long vertical gouges that could only have been made by something with enormous strength and considerable reach. The height of the damage, some of it 12 feet above the ground, eliminated any known animal as a suspect. More disturbing were the sounds he heard throughout the day. Deep in the forest, where his presence should have been undetected by any wildlife, Ben heard what sounded like heavy footsteps moving parallel to his own path. Several times he stopped and listened intently, but the sounds always ceased when he did. When he resumed moving, the footsteps would begin again after a few minutes, always maintaining the same distance and never coming close enough for him to see what was making them. Ben's military training had taught him to trust his instincts, and every sense was telling him that he was being watched. The feeling was so strong that several times he stopped and carefully scanned the forest around him, using his rifle scope to examine areas where the undergrowth was too thick for normal vision. He saw nothing, but the sensation of being observed never left him. As an experienced outdoorsman and a Cherokee who had been raised with respect for the forest's mysteries, Ben wasn't easily frightened. But there was something profoundly unsettling about the constant feeling of being stalked by something that remained invisible. The forest itself seemed different somehow, quieter than it should have been, as if the normal wildlife was avoiding the area entirely. That afternoon, while following what appeared to be a well-used game trail, Ben made a discovery that changed everything. In a small clearing beside a mountain stream, he found what could only be described as a nest or sleeping area. A circular depression, about 8 feet in diameter, had been carved into the forest floor, lined with branches and moss in a pattern that showed clear evidence of intelligence and planning. The construction was too elaborate and too large to have been made by any known animal, but it was also too crude to be the work of humans. Around the perimeter of the structure, Ben found more of the massive footprints, these ones so clear and well-preserved that he could make out individual toe impressions and what appeared to be dermal ridges similar to human fingerprints. The realization that he was looking at evidence of a creature with human-like hands and feet, but of enormous size and strength, sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the cool mountain air. Ben spent nearly an hour photographing and documenting the site, measuring dimensions and collecting samples of the materials that had been used in the construction. The branches showed clear evidence of having been broken deliberately, and the moss had been gathered from a variety of sources and carefully arranged to create a comfortable sleeping surface. Whatever had built this structure possessed not only intelligence, but also the kind of forward planning that suggested a level of cognitive ability far beyond what was attributed to any known animal. As he worked, Ben became increasingly aware that the forest around him had become completely silent. No birds sang, no squirrels chattered, no insects buzzed. Even the sound of the nearby stream seemed muffled and distant. The silence was so complete and unnatural that it raised the hair on the back of his neck and made him constantly look over his shoulder, expecting to see something watching him from the shadows between the trees. When Ben finally left the site and began making his way back toward his truck, the feeling of being followed returned with renewed intensity. The sounds of heavy footsteps in the undergrowth were more frequent now, and several times he heard what sounded like low, rumbling vocalizations that reminded him of the warning growls of a large predator. Each time he stopped to listen, the sounds would cease, but they always resumed when he continued walking. The sun was setting as Ben reached his truck, and he found himself reluctant to spend another night in the area. His original plan had been to camp for several days, but the accumulating evidence of something large and potentially dangerous sharing the forest with him made the idea of sleeping in the open seem increasingly unwise. Instead, he decided to return to his cabin and reconsider his hunting plans. As he loaded his gear into the truck, Ben heard a sound that made him freeze in place. From somewhere in the forest behind him came a vocalization unlike anything he had ever heard before. It started as a low moan, almost subsonic, that seemed to vibrate through the ground and into his bones. Then it rose in pitch and volume, becoming a howl that combined elements of a wolf's call with something disturbingly human. The sound lasted for nearly 30 seconds, echoing off the surrounding ridges and seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Ben had heard wolves, coyotes, bears, and every other animal that lived in these mountains. This was something else entirely. The vocalization had a quality of intelligence and intentionality that was deeply unsettling, as if the creature making it was deliberately trying to communicate something. Whether it was a warning, a challenge, or simply an acknowledgement of his presence, Ben couldn't tell, but the message was clear. He was not alone in these mountains, and something was very much aware of his presence. The drive back to his cabin passed in a state of heightened alertness that Ben hadn't experienced since his deployment in Afghanistan. Every shadow between the trees might conceal a threat. Every rustle in the undergrowth might indicate movement. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he navigated the winding mountain roads, and he found himself constantly checking his rearview mirror as if expecting to see something following him. That night, Ben spread his photographs and notes across the kitchen table of his cabin and tried to make sense of what he had discovered. The evidence was undeniable. Something large, intelligent, and unknown was living in the deep forest of the Nantahala National Forest. The footprints, the constructed shelter, and the systematic damage to vegetation all pointed to a creature that existed outside the known taxonomy of North American wildlife. Ben's scientific training as a forest ranger told him that there had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps he had found evidence of an escaped exotic animal, or the work of someone conducting an elaborate hoax. But his deeper instincts, the ones that connected him to generations of Cherokee hunters who had walked these same mountains, told him otherwise. The evidence was too extensive, too consistent, and too carefully distributed across a wide area to be the result of human deception. As he reviewed his photographs on the computer, enlarging and studying each image in detail, Ben found himself remembering more of his grandfather's stories. The Cherokee had always known that the mountains held mysteries that white science couldn't explain. Kekle was just one of many beings that inhabited the spaces between the known and unknown, the natural and supernatural. Perhaps what he had found wasn't an unknown animal at all, but something far older and more elusive. Ben spent most of the night researching online, looking for similar reports from other parts of the Appalachian Mountains. What he found was both fascinating and disturbing. Scattered across dozens of websites and databases were accounts from hunters, hikers, and forest workers who had encountered evidence of something matching what he had discovered. The reports came from Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia, all describing massive footprints, constructed shelters, and sightings of enormous, ape-like creatures moving through the forest. The sheer volume of similar reports from across the region made it difficult to dismiss them all as hoaxes or misidentifications. Many came from experienced outdoorsmen, whose credibility was beyond question. People who knew the difference between bear tracks and something else entirely. The consistency of the descriptions across time and geography suggested that there might be an entire population of these creatures living in the remote areas of the Appalachian chain. By dawn, Ben had made a decision that would change his life forever. Instead of abandoning his hunt and returning to his normal routine, he was going to go back into the forest and attempt to make contact with whatever was out there. The Cherokee part of him understood that some things couldn't be explained by science or rationality, that there were forces in the world that existed beyond human understanding. The ranger part of him needed to document and verify what he had found, to gather evidence that could contribute to scientific knowledge. His preparations for the return trip were more extensive than for a typical hunting expedition. In addition to his normal gear, Ben packed a video camera, extra batteries, a powerful spotlight, and additional food supplies that would allow him to stay in the field for an extended period. He also included items that might be useful for communication, mirrors that could reflect sunlight, a whistle, and even some apples and other foods that might serve as offerings if the situation called for them. Ben's plan was to return to the area where he had found the shelter and establish his own camp nearby. His hope was that by demonstrating peaceful intentions and maintaining a respectful presence, he might be able to observe the creature or creatures that had built the structure. It was a dangerous plan, but one that appealed to both his scientific curiosity and his Cherokee heritage, which taught that all beings deserved respect and understanding. The drive back into the forest took on an entirely different character this time. Ben was no longer hunting deer. He was entering the territory of something unknown and potentially dangerous. His senses were heightened to a degree that made every sound and movement seem significant. The familiar forest had become alien and threatening, filled with shadows that might conceal watching eyes and sounds that might be signals from an intelligence he couldn't comprehend. As he parked his truck in the same clearing he had used before, Ben noticed that several small trees around the perimeter had been damaged since his last visit. The breaks were fresh, occurring within the last day or two, and they showed the same pattern of deliberate manipulation that he had observed elsewhere. Something had been here recently, and it had taken notice of his previous presence. Ben established his new camp about half a mile from the shelter site, choosing a location that provided good visibility in all directions while offering some natural protection from the steep hillside behind it. He set up his tent in a way that would allow for quick departure if necessary, and he positioned his gear so that essential items were always within easy reach. His rifle remained loaded and ready, though he hoped that any encounter would be peaceful. The first night passed without incident, but Ben slept fitfully, waking frequently to sounds that might have been wind in the trees or might have been something moving through the forest. Several times he heard the low, rumbling vocalizations he had encountered before, always seeming to come from different directions and never close enough to identify their source. The sounds had a conversational quality, as if multiple creatures were communicating with each other across the darkness. Dawn brought the discovery that his camp had been visited during the night. Footprints in the soft soil around his tent showed that something large had approached to within 20 feet of where he slept, circled his position several times, and then departed without disturbing any of his equipment. The tracks were clear and detailed, showing the same massive human-like feet he had photographed before. The realization that the creature had been so close while he slept sent a mixture of fear and excitement through Ben's system. Whatever was out there had deliberately chosen to observe him rather than attack, suggesting a level of intelligence and restraint that was remarkably human-like. The fact that nothing had been damaged or taken indicated either respect for his property or simply curiosity about this intruder in its territory. Ben spent the morning following the tracks away from his camp, documenting their path and looking for additional evidence of the creature's behavior. The trail led through increasingly thick undergrowth, following what appeared to be a well-established route that connected various parts of the creature's territory. Along the way, Ben found more evidence of systematic forest modification. Trees that had been deliberately bent to create archways, branches that had been woven together to form crude bridges across streams, and marker stones that had been arranged in patterns too regular to be natural. The level of environmental manipulation he was observing suggested not just intelligence, but also a sophisticated understanding of forest ecology. The modifications enhanced rather than damaged the natural systems, creating improved wildlife habitat while providing infrastructure for something much larger than any known animal. It was as if the creature or creatures responsible were practicing a form of forest management that combined practical necessity with aesthetic consideration. As Ben followed the trail deeper into the forest, he became increasingly aware that he was being watched. The sensation was so strong that several times he stopped and called out, identifying himself as a friend and explaining that he meant no harm. His words seemed to be absorbed by the forest without echo or response, but the feeling of being observed never diminished. Around midday, Ben discovered what appeared to be a feeding area. A natural clearing beside a mountain stream had been modified to create a kind of outdoor kitchen, with flat stones arranged to form work surfaces and fire rings constructed from carefully selected rocks. The area showed clear evidence of recent use, with ash still warm in one of the fire rings and scattered fruit peels that hadn't had time to decompose. The most remarkable feature of the site was a collection of tools that had been fashioned from forest materials. Wooden implements that could serve as clubs, digging sticks, or food processing tools were arranged with obvious care and attention to function. Stone scrapers and cutting implements showed evidence of sophisticated knapping techniques that produced sharp, durable edges. The quality of craftsmanship was far beyond what any known animal could produce, yet the tools were too crude and primitive to be the work of modern humans. Ben documented everything with photographs and detailed notes, but he was careful not to disturb any of the artifacts. His Cherokee grandfather had taught him that entering someone else's home, even an unknown someone, required the utmost respect for their possessions and their privacy. The tool collection represented hours or perhaps days of careful work, and Ben understood that he was looking at the material culture of an intelligence that deserved recognition and respect. As he worked, Ben became aware that the forest around him had fallen into the same unnatural silence he had experienced before. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, no small animals moved through the undergrowth. Even the sound of the nearby stream seemed muffled and distant, as if the entire forest was holding its breath in anticipation of something momentous. The attack came without warning. Ben had just finished photographing the tool collection and was preparing to leave the area when the ground beneath his feet began to shake. At first, he thought it might be an earthquake, a not uncommon occurrence in the geologically active Appalachian region. Then he heard the sound of splintering wood and turned to see a massive pine tree falling directly toward him. The tree was enormous, easily 60 feet tall and more than 2 feet in diameter at its base. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken a powerful chainsaw and considerable time to fell such a giant. But this tree was coming down with the speed and violence of something that had been pushed or pulled by an irresistible force. Ben threw himself sideways, trying to escape the falling timber, but the tree's trajectory had been calculated with deadly precision. The massive trunk crashed down across his path, striking the ground with an impact that shook the earth and sent a shower of bark and debris flying through the air. Ben felt the tree's smaller branches rake across his back as he dove for safety, tearing his jacket and scoring deep gouges in his skin. But the tree wasn't finished with him yet. As Ben tried to scramble away from the fallen giant, he realized that its trunk was positioned across his escape route, creating a barrier too high to climb over and too long to easily circumnavigate. He was effectively trapped in the clearing with whatever had been powerful enough to topple a healthy pine tree as if it were a sapling. That's when Ben saw it. The creature emerged from the forest with a fluid grace that seemed impossible for something of its enormous size. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown hair that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its shoulders were massively broad, tapering to a relatively narrow waist that still appeared powerfully muscled. The arms were disproportionately long, reaching almost to the creature's knees when it stood upright, and ended in hands that were clearly designed for both delicate manipulation and crushing strength. But it was the face that captured Ben's attention and held it with hypnotic fascination. The features were undeniably human in their basic architecture, but enlarged and modified in ways that suggested both intelligence and tremendous physical power. The eyes were deep-set and remarkably expressive, showing an awareness and curiosity that was distinctly personal. The mouth was larger than human normal, revealing teeth that were designed for processing both plant and animal matter. Most remarkably, the creature's expression showed no aggression or hostility, only what appeared to be intense curiosity about this small human who had invaded its territory. For several long seconds, Ben and the creature studied each other across the clearing. Ben's hand moved instinctively toward his rifle, but something in the creature's posture and expression told him that aggression would be met with overwhelming force. Instead, he slowly raised his empty hands and spoke in the Cherokee language his grandfather had taught him, offering greetings and explanations of peaceful intent. The creature tilted its head at the sound of Cherokee words, and Ben could swear he saw recognition in its dark eyes. It responded with a vocalization that combined growls, clicks, and what sounded almost like attempts at language. The communication attempt was clearly deliberate, an effort to bridge the gap between two very different forms of intelligence. Ben tried several more phrases in Cherokee, then switched to English, explaining who he was and why he had come to the forest. Throughout his monologue, the creature listened with obvious attention, occasionally responding with its own vocalizations that seemed to be attempts at conversation rather than mere animal sounds. The peaceful nature of their interaction was shattered when Ben heard crashing sounds in the forest around the clearing. The creature he was facing wasn't alone. Its head snapped toward the sounds, and Ben saw unmistakable concern cross its features. Within seconds, two more creatures emerged from the undergrowth, both smaller than the first but still larger than any human Ben had ever seen. The dynamics of the situation changed immediately. Where the first creature had shown curiosity and caution, the newcomers displayed obvious agitation and hostility. They moved with the coordinated efficiency of a hunting pack, positioning themselves to cut off any possible escape route while communicating with each other through a series of grunts, clicks, and gestures that constituted a clearly developed language. Ben realized with growing alarm that he had stumbled into a family or tribal group, and that his presence was perceived as a threat to their territory and possibly their young. The largest creature, apparently the group's leader, was trying to maintain control of the situation, but the two smaller ones were becoming increasingly aggressive in their posturing and vocalizations. The confrontation escalated when one of the smaller creatures, apparently a female based on its slightly different body proportions, charged toward Ben with obvious intent to drive him away, or worse. Ben had no choice but to reach for his rifle, not to shoot, but to use as a defensive tool. The movement triggered an explosive response from all three creatures, who began a coordinated rush that would have overwhelmed him in seconds. It was at this moment that the fallen tree became both Ben's salvation and his torment. As the creatures closed in, Ben dove beneath the massive trunk, using its bulk as a shield between himself and his attackers. The space underneath the tree was cramped and filled with broken branches, but it provided temporary protection from the creature's reaching arms and grasping hands. The creature's frustration at being unable to reach him was expressed through a chorus of vocalizations that ranged from angry growls to what sounded like a chorus of angry growls, almost like cursing, in their unknown language. They began working together to move the tree, their combined strength making the massive log shift and roll in ways that threatened to crush Ben beneath its weight. Ben found himself in a desperate race against time and physics. The creatures were systematically repositioning the tree to eliminate his hiding place, while he struggled to work his way along its length toward an area where he might be able to escape. His back burned from the scratches left by the tree's branches, and every movement sent fresh pain through his torn muscles. The breakthrough came when Ben reached a point where the tree's trunk was supported by a large boulder, creating a gap just wide enough for him to squeeze through. He emerged on the far side of the log to find himself face to face with the largest creature, which had anticipated his escape route and positioned itself accordingly. For a moment that felt like an eternity, Ben and the creature stared at each other from a distance of less than 10 feet. Ben could see every detail of the being's face, from the individual hairs that covered its features to the unmistakable intelligence that burned in its dark eyes. He could smell its scent, a musky odor that was both animal and something else entirely, something that spoke of intelligence and culture and a way of life completely alien to human experience. Then the creature did something that Ben would never forget for the rest of his life. Instead of attacking or threatening, it stepped aside and gestured toward the forest with one massive arm. The meaning was unmistakable. It was offering him safe passage out of their territory. The gesture was accompanied by vocalizations that, while incomprehensible, had the rhythm and tone of language of one intelligent being communicating with another. Ben didn't need a second invitation. He gathered his scattered gear as quickly as possible, keeping his rifle ready, but not aimed at any of the creatures. As he backed away from the clearing, all three beings watched him with the same intense curiosity they had shown throughout the encounter. There was no pursuit, no further aggression, only the patient observation of creatures intelligent enough to understand that this human represented no real threat to their way of life. The journey back to his camp felt like a nightmare given substance. Every shadow might conceal a watching figure, every sound might herald another confrontation. Ben's back throbbed with increasing intensity as the adrenaline of the encounter faded and the full extent of his injuries became apparent. His jacket was torn to shreds, and he could feel blood seeping through his shirt from the deep scratches left by the falling tree's branches. When Ben finally reached his campsite, he found it exactly as he had left it that morning. Whatever intelligence guided the creature's behavior, it included a sophisticated understanding of property and boundaries. They had been content to observe his camp from a distance rather than investigate or interfere with his belongings. Ben's first priority was treating his injuries. The scratches on his back were deeper than he had initially realized, requiring careful cleaning and bandaging to prevent infection. As he worked, he tried to process what had happened to him. He had encountered something that science said couldn't exist, something that challenged every assumption about the natural world and humanity's place within it. The evidence was undeniable. His cameras contained photographs of footprints, tools, and constructed shelters that proved the existence of an unknown species of highly intelligent primate. His injuries provided physical proof that the encounter had been real rather than hallucinatory. Most importantly, his memory of looking into the eyes of a creature that was neither human nor animal, but something entirely different, would remain with him forever. That night, Ben's sleep was interrupted by sounds that had become familiar over the past few days. The low, rumbling vocalizations echoed through the forest around his camp, but they had a different quality now. Instead of the aggressive or territorial calls he had heard before, these sounded almost conversational, as if the creatures were discussing the day's events and the strange human who had entered their world. Ben found himself wondering what they thought of him, whether they understood that he represented a species as different from them as they were from the normal animals of the forest. Did they have concepts of science and exploration that would let them understand why he had come to their territory? Or did they simply see him as another animal, slightly more intelligent than most, but fundamentally no different from the deer and bears that shared their mountain home? The questions kept him awake long into the night, staring up at stars that seemed brighter and more mysterious than they had ever appeared before. The encounter had changed him in ways that he was only beginning to understand. He had always thought of himself as someone who understood the natural world, who had learned its secrets through years of careful observation and study. Now he realized that his knowledge was incomplete, that there were entire chapters of natural history that remained to be written. Dawn brought the difficult decision of what to do next. Ben's scientific training told him that he should document everything he had observed and report his findings to the appropriate authorities. The photographs and measurements he had taken represented evidence that could revolutionize understanding of North American wildlife and possibly rewrite the textbooks on human evolution and primate biology. But his Cherokee heritage whispered warnings about the consequences of sharing sacred knowledge with those who might not understand its true significance. The creatures he had encountered weren't just unknown animals. They were beings with their own culture, their own way of life, and their own right to privacy and protection. Making their existence known to the scientific community might lead to their discovery by those who would exploit or harm them. As Ben packed his gear and prepared to leave the forest, he made a decision that would haunt him for years to come. He would keep his discovery secret, at least for now. The creatures had shown him mercy and intelligence. The least he could do was protect them from a world that might not be ready to accept their existence. The drive back to his cabin felt like a journey between two different worlds. Behind him lay a forest that contained mysteries older than human civilization, creatures that existed in the spaces between scientific classification and indigenous wisdom. Ahead lay a world of routine responsibilities and normal concerns, a place where giant humanoid creatures were the stuff of legend rather than personal experience. Ben's injuries served as a constant reminder of the reality of his encounter. The deep scratches across his back would heal, but they would leave permanent scars that he would carry for the rest of his life. Every time he looked in the mirror or felt the ridged tissue under his clothing, he would remember the moment when a falling tree had nearly crushed him and the intelligent eyes of the creature that had let him live. In the days that followed, Ben struggled to return to his normal routine as a forest ranger. His work in the national forest took on new dimensions as he found himself constantly alert for signs of the creature's presence. He began to notice things he had overlooked before: tree modifications that were too sophisticated to be natural, footprints that were too large to belong to known animals, and areas where the normal wildlife seemed to be avoiding something unseen. The photographs from his encounter remained stored on his camera's memory card, unprinted and unshared. Sometimes late at night when sleep eluded him, Ben would review the images on his computer screen, studying every detail and wondering if he had made the right decision in keeping them secret. The evidence was compelling and scientifically valuable, but it was also dangerous for the creatures it documented. Ben's fellow rangers began to notice changes in his behavior. He became more solitary, spending extra time in the remote areas of the forest and showing an increased interest in indigenous folklore and traditional ecological knowledge. When asked about his intensified focus on Cherokee stories and customs, Ben explained it as a personal journey to better understand his cultural heritage. It wasn't entirely a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. The nightmares began about a month after the encounter. Ben would dream of being trapped beneath the falling tree again, but in the dreams, the creatures weren't content to let him escape. Instead, they would drag him deeper into the forest, to places where humans had never been, where the normal rules of reality didn't apply. He would wake up sweating and disoriented, his back aching as if the old injuries had reopened. During his waking hours, Ben found himself drawn repeatedly to Cherokee stories about the forest giants. His grandmother had known some of the old tales, passed down through generations of Cherokee women who understood that the mountains held secrets that couldn't be explained by European science. According to these stories, the Kekle-Kudle were not animals, but a different kind of people. Ancient inhabitants of the mountains who had learned to live in harmony with the forest in ways that humans had forgotten. The stories described the forest giants as beings of great wisdom and power, capable of both tremendous kindness and devastating anger. They were said to be the guardians of the deep forest, protecting the sacred places where the spirits of the mountains dwelled. Contact with them was considered both dangerous and potentially beneficial, depending on the intentions and behavior of the human involved. Ben began to understand that his encounter had been part of a tradition stretching back thousands of years. Cherokee hunters had been meeting these creatures long before European settlers arrived in the mountains, and they had developed protocols for such encounters based on mutual respect and recognition of territorial boundaries. His decision to speak Cherokee during the confrontation had probably saved his life, marking him as someone who understood the old ways rather than just another ignorant intruder. The knowledge brought both comfort and responsibility. Ben realized that he had become part of a chain of knowledge that connected him to his ancestors and to the creatures that shared their mountain home. He was no longer just a witness to their existence. He was a guardian of their secret, someone entrusted with protecting them from a world that might not understand their true nature. As autumn deepened into winter, Ben's injuries healed, but his sense of isolation grew. He couldn't share his experience with friends or colleagues without risking ridicule or unwanted attention to the creature's territory. The secret he carried felt like a weight that grew heavier with each passing day. But he knew that the burden was necessary to protect beings that had shown him more mercy than he might have deserved. The first snow of winter brought unexpected visitors to Ben's cabin. He awoke one morning to find enormous footprints in the fresh powder around his home, leading from the forest to his front door and then back again. No attempt had been made to break in or damage anything, but the message was clear. The creatures knew where he lived, and they were keeping track of his activities. Ben felt both honored and slightly unnerved by this attention. The fact that the creatures had taken the trouble to locate his home and visit during the night suggested that his encounter with them had been as significant for them as it had been for him. Perhaps they were curious about how he lived, or maybe they were simply ensuring that he remained trustworthy with their secret. Over the following weeks, the nighttime visits became more frequent. Ben would find evidence of the creature's presence around his cabin, always respectful but unmistakably deliberate. Sometimes they would leave small gifts, interesting stones, carved pieces of wood, or arrangements of pine cones that were too artistic to be natural. Ben began to understand that a relationship was developing, one based on mutual respect and careful communication across the vast gulf that separated their species. Ben started leaving his own gifts in return, fruit from his pantry, tools that might be useful in the forest, and books about Cherokee history and culture that he hoped might somehow be comprehensible to beings of such obvious intelligence. The items always disappeared during the night, suggesting that the creatures were as curious about human culture as Ben was about theirs. Spring brought a new phase in their relationship. Instead of just visiting his cabin, the creatures began appearing at the edges of his vision while he worked in the forest. Ben would catch glimpses of massive figures moving through the trees, always maintaining a respectful distance, but clearly observing his activities. It was as if they were conducting their own study of human behavior, learning about his work as a forest ranger and his methods of caring for the mountain ecosystem. The breakthrough came during a forest fire that threatened several thousand acres of the national forest. Ben was part of the emergency response team, working around the clock to establish fire breaks and coordinate water drops from helicopters. During one particularly dangerous phase of the firefighting effort, when Ben was working alone to clear a potential fuel source from the fire's path, he looked up to see three familiar figures emerging from the smoke. The creatures moved with obvious purpose, carrying massive branches and logs that they positioned with surgical precision to create fire breaks far more effective than anything the human firefighters had managed to construct. They worked with coordinated efficiency, clearly understanding the principles of fire suppression and applying them with strength and intelligence that put human efforts to shame. Ben watched in amazement as the creatures systematically removed fuel sources from the fire's path, their massive hands manipulating timber that would have required heavy machinery for humans to move. They worked silently and efficiently, pausing occasionally to acknowledge Ben's presence with nods or brief vocalizations, but never allowing their firefighting efforts to be interrupted by social interaction. When the fire was finally contained, largely due to the fire breaks the creatures had constructed, Ben found a small carved wooden token left near his equipment. The carving depicted a human figure and three larger figures working together around what was clearly meant to represent fire. The message was unmistakable. They had chosen to reveal themselves and work openly with him because they understood that protecting the forest was a shared responsibility that transcended species boundaries. From that point forward, Ben's relationship with the creatures evolved into something approaching partnership. They would appear when major threats to the forest required immediate attention, bringing their enormous strength and intimate knowledge of the ecosystem to bear on problems that challenged human capabilities. In return, Ben provided them with information about planned human activities in their territory and early warning of potential threats from outside their domain. The partnership remained secret, of course. Ben's official reports credited successful conservation efforts to improved planning and good fortune rather than assistance from unknown forest inhabitants. But he began to understand that he had become part of an ancient tradition of cooperation between humans and the original inhabitants of the mountains, a relationship that had existed long before European settlement and continued in secrecy among those who understood its importance. Ben's scars served as a daily reminder of how the relationship had begun, and of the mercy shown by beings that could have easily killed him for trespassing in their territory. The marks across his back had healed into thick ridges of scar tissue that would be with him for life, but they no longer caused him pain. Instead, they had become symbols of a transformation that had changed his understanding of the natural world and his place within it. Years passed, and Ben's secret relationship with the forest inhabitants deepened into something approaching friendship. He learned to recognize individual creatures by their size, gait, and behavioral patterns. The large male who had first confronted him became familiar as a leader figure who often served as the primary contact between their species. The female who had initially shown aggression toward him gradually warmed to his presence, eventually bringing her young to observe him from a safe distance. The young creatures were a revelation. Smaller than their parents, but still larger than humans, they displayed the same intelligence and curiosity that characterized their elders, but with an additional element of playfulness that was remarkably human-like. Ben watched them learn to construct tools, practice their forest management skills, and develop the complex communication system that served as their language. Ben began documenting their culture and behavior in detailed journals that he kept hidden in his cabin. The creatures had developed a sophisticated understanding of forest ecology that surpassed anything taught in human universities. They managed their territory using principles of sustainable harvesting, habitat enhancement, and species protection that maintained the forest in a state of health and productivity that human land management rarely achieved. Their tool technology, while primitive by human standards, was perfectly adapted to their needs and their environment. They created implements from forest materials that could be abandoned and returned to the ecosystem without environmental impact, yet were sophisticated enough to accomplish complex tasks requiring fine motor control and planning ahead. Most remarkably, they had developed what could only be described as art. Ben discovered carved wooden sculptures hidden in groves throughout their territory, abstract representations of forest scenes and creature figures that showed both aesthetic sense and symbolic thinking. The carvings were clearly not utilitarian, but served some cultural or spiritual purpose that Ben could only guess at. The creature's spiritual life remained largely mysterious to Ben, but he occasionally witnessed gatherings that seemed to serve ceremonial purposes. Groups of creatures would assemble in certain clearings during particular lunar phases, engaging in coordinated vocalizations that sounded almost like singing and performing movements that resembled dance or ritual. These ceremonies always took place far from any human presence, and Ben understood that he was not meant to observe them closely. As Ben aged and his hair began to gray, he found himself increasingly concerned about what would happen to his knowledge when he was gone. The creatures had lifespans that appeared to be considerably longer than human normal, but Ben was approaching an age where his own mortality was becoming a real consideration. The secret he carried couldn't die with him, but neither could it be shared carelessly with those who might not understand its importance. The solution came from an unexpected source. Ben's nephew, Marcus Longfeather, had recently graduated from college with a degree in anthropology and a growing interest in Cherokee cultural preservation. Marcus had always been drawn to the old stories and traditional ways, and he possessed the combination of scientific training and cultural sensitivity that would be necessary to carry forward Ben's work. Ben began carefully introducing Marcus to the deeper mysteries of the forest, sharing Cherokee stories about the forest giants and gradually revealing evidence of their continued existence. The process took months of careful preparation, but eventually Ben felt confident that Marcus was ready to learn the full truth about their mountain neighbors. The formal introduction took place in the same clearing where Ben had first encountered the creatures decades earlier. The shelter that had started it all was still there, maintained and enlarged over the years into a complex of structures that served various purposes within the creatures' community. Ben and Marcus approached the site with the respect and protocol that Ben had learned through years of careful interaction. The creature's response to Marcus was cautious, but accepting. They seemed to understand that Ben was aging and needed to pass his responsibilities to someone younger, and they evaluated Marcus with the same careful intelligence they had once applied to Ben himself. The formal acceptance came when the lead male, now showing grey in his own coat, approached Marcus and offered him the same wooden token that had sealed Ben's partnership years earlier. Marcus's reaction to meeting the creatures was everything Ben had hoped for. Despite his scientific training, or perhaps because of it, Marcus understood immediately that he was encountering something that transcended normal categories of understanding. His Cherokee heritage provided him with cultural context for accepting the impossible, while his anthropological background gave him tools for studying and documenting a non-human culture without disrupting its essential nature. The transition of responsibility took several years to complete, but eventually Marcus had developed his own relationship with the forest inhabitants, while Ben gradually stepped back into an elder advisor role. The creatures seemed to understand the generational change and adapted their interactions accordingly, always maintaining the respectful distance and careful communication that had characterized their relationship with humans. Ben's final years were marked by a sense of completion that few people ever achieve. He had successfully bridged two worlds, maintaining a secret that protected an ancient people while gaining knowledge that enriched his understanding of the natural world beyond anything he could have imagined. The scars on his back, now faded but still visible, served as reminders of how it had all begun with a falling tree and a moment of terror that had transformed into a lifetime of wonder. When Ben finally passed away at the age of 78, Marcus found a final letter among his uncle's papers. The letter contained detailed instructions for a memorial ceremony that would inform the creatures of Ben's death and formally transfer all responsibilities to his nephew. The ceremony took place in the heart of their territory, attended by both Marcus and representatives of the forest community that had become Ben's extended family. The creature's response to Ben's death was both moving and mysterious. They gathered in larger numbers than Marcus had ever seen, filling the forest with their low, harmonious vocalizations that sounded like a chorus of mourning and celebration combined. They had prepared their own memorial, a carved wooden monument depicting Ben working alongside their kind, positioned in a grove that had been specially cultivated to serve as a place of remembrance. Marcus continues Ben's work today, maintaining the secret partnership between species while documenting their culture and protecting their territory from the encroachment of modern development. The relationship has evolved with each generation, but the essential elements remain unchanged: mutual respect, careful communication and shared responsibility for protecting the forest that sustains them all. The scars that Ben carried for more than 30 years have become part of Cherokee oral tradition, recorded in stories that will be passed down to future generations, along with the knowledge of humanity's continuing relationship with the ancient inhabitants of the mountains. Those scars serve as proof that the encounter was real, that the impossible can happen to those who venture deep enough into the wild places where the old magic still lives. The tree that fell across Ben's path that autumn day has long since rotted away and returned to the forest soil, but its legacy continues in the careful trust that exists between two very different kinds of people who have learned to share the same mountain home. Ben's story reminds us that the world still contains mysteries that science cannot explain, and that wisdom sometimes comes from accepting the impossible rather than demanding rational explanations for everything we encounter. In the end, Ben Longfeather's greatest discovery was not the existence of creatures that officially don't exist, but the realization that intelligence and consciousness take forms that human understanding has only begun to explore. His scars became symbols of that discovery, permanent reminders that the forest holds secrets worth protecting, and that some knowledge is too precious to be shared carelessly with a world that might not be ready to understand its true significance. The Cherokee have always known that the mountains hold mysteries that connect the seen and unseen worlds, the known and unknown aspects of reality. Ben's encounter with the forest giants was part of that ancient tradition, a reminder that humanity is not alone in possessing intelligence and culture, and that the natural world contains neighbors whose friendship must be earned through respect, patience, and the willingness to accept that some truths transcend the boundaries of conventional understanding. Today, when Marcus Longfeather walks the same trails that his uncle once followed, he carries forward a legacy of partnership that stretches back through generations of Cherokee hunters who understood that the forest was home to more than just animals and trees. The scars that Ben bore until his death have become part of that legacy. Proof that contact between worlds is possible for those brave enough to venture beyond the edges of the known and humble enough to accept guidance from intelligences older and wiser than human civilization. The next case. The morning mist clung to the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest like a shroud, its tendrils weaving between ancient pines and towering maples that had witnessed centuries of Wisconsin's untamed wilderness. Kyle Mitchell adjusted the shoulder strap of his Remington 700, the familiar weight of the hunting rifle providing a comfort he'd known since his father first taught him to track white-tailed deer through these very woods 32 years ago. At 45, Kyle possessed the weathered hands and keen eyes of a man who'd spent more time in the forest than in any building. His reputation as one of northern Wisconsin's most skilled guides, built on decades of successful hunts and an almost supernatural ability to read the subtle signs that prey animals left in their wake. The air carried the crisp bite of late October, temperatures hovering just above freezing as dawn broke across the canopy above. Kyle's breath formed small clouds as he methodically checked his gear one final time before beginning what he expected would be a routine solo scouting expedition to locate potential deer stands for the upcoming hunting season. His weathered leather boots, broken in through countless miles of forest terrain, gripped the damp earth beneath a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly with each measured step. The familiar sense of decomposing vegetation, pine sap, and the musty odor of fungal growth filled his nostrils, creating the olfactory signature of autumn in the Northwoods that he'd come to associate with some of his most peaceful and productive moments in nature. Kyle had chosen this particular section of the National Forest specifically because of its remoteness and the abundance of game sign he'd observed during previous reconnaissance trips. Located approximately 47 miles northwest of Rhinelander, the area represented some of the most pristine wilderness remaining in Wisconsin, a tract of land where cell phone signals failed to penetrate, and the nearest human habitation lay more than 15 miles away through dense forest and treacherous swampland. The terrain here varied dramatically, transitioning from upland hardwood forests dominated by oak and maple to lowland coniferous swamps, where tamarack and black spruce created an almost impenetrable maze of standing water and decaying logs. His companion for this expedition was Rex, a 6-year-old German short-haired pointer whose intelligence and loyalty had made him invaluable during countless hunting trips over the years. Rex possessed an extraordinary nose for game and an uncanny ability to detect danger long before his human counterpart noticed anything amiss. The dog's sleek brown and white coat rippled with contained energy as he quartered back and forth across Kyle's intended path, investigating scent trails with the methodical precision that had made German short-haired pointers legendary among serious hunters. Rex's dark eyes constantly scanned the forest around them, his ears rotating like radar dishes to capture even the faintest sounds that might indicate the presence of game or potential threats. The relationship between Kyle and Rex transcended the typical bond between hunter and hunting dog. They had developed an almost telepathic communication system born from years of shared experiences in the wilderness. Kyle could read Rex's body language with startling accuracy, interpreting the subtle differences in the dog's posture, tail position, and ear placement that indicated whether he'd detected deer, bear, or smaller game. Rex, in turn, had learned to respond to Kyle's hand signals and whispered commands with absolute precision, moving through the forest with a stealth that seemed almost supernatural for an animal of his size and enthusiasm. As they penetrated deeper into the forest, following a barely visible game trail that wound between massive deadfalls and around impenetrable thickets of tag alder, Kyle noted the unusual abundance of fresh deer sign. Tracks pressed into the soft earth near a small creek showed evidence of at least 3 different bucks, their hoofprints clearly defined in the muddy bank where they'd come to drink during the pre-dawn hours. Scattered acorns beneath a massive white oak bore the characteristic bite marks of feeding deer, and several saplings showed fresh rub marks where bucks had scraped velvet from their antlers in preparation for the rutting season. The forest around them pulsed with the subtle rhythms of life that only experienced woodsmen could fully appreciate. Somewhere high in the canopy, a piloted woodpecker hammered against dead wood with machine-like precision, the rapid-fire drumming echoing through the trees like a primitive telegraph system. Squirrels chattered and scolded from their perches in the upper branches, occasionally dropping acorn shells that clattered through the leaves before settling onto the forest floor below. The distant call of a blue jay pierced the morning air, its harsh cry serving as an alarm system that alerted other forest creatures to the presence of intruders in their domain. Kyle's practiced eye automatically catalogued the countless details that told the story of this particular section of forest. The scattered remains of a deer kill, probably the work of coyotes based on the way the bones had been gnawed and scattered, indicated active predator activity in the area. Fresh bear scat near a berry patch suggested that black bears were feeding heavily in preparation for winter hibernation. Claw marks on the bark of a massive basswood tree showed where a bear had climbed to reach a wild bee colony, the sweet smell of honey still faintly detectable in the morning air. Rex suddenly froze in mid-stride, his entire body rigid with attention as his nose tested the air currents filtering through the forest. Kyle immediately halted his forward progress, knowing from experience that his dog had detected something significant. The pointer's tail stood straight up like a flag, quivering slightly with suppressed excitement, while his head turned slowly from side to side as he attempted to pinpoint the source of whatever scent had captured his attention. Kyle's own senses heightened automatically, his eyes scanning the forest around them for any sign of movement, while his ears strained to detect sounds that might have triggered Rex's alert behavior. After several long minutes during which Kyle detected nothing unusual, Rex gradually relaxed and resumed his methodical quartering pattern ahead of their intended route. Kyle made a mental note of the location where Rex had alerted, planning to investigate more thoroughly on their return trip. In his experience, Rex rarely gave false alarms, and whatever the dog had detected was worth remembering for future reference. The morning progressed with the steady rhythm that Kyle had come to associate with successful scouting expeditions. They covered approximately 3 miles of varied terrain, documenting promising stand locations and noting the movement patterns of local game animals. Kyle's waterproof notebook gradually filled with sketches and observations that would prove invaluable when he returned with clients during hunting season. The weather remained stable, with high clouds filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns that shifted and danced across the forest floor as gentle breezes moved the canopy overhead. By mid-morning, they had reached a section of forest that Kyle remembered from previous trips as particularly promising for deer activity. A natural funnel created by impenetrable swampland on one side and a steep ridge on the other forced game animals to travel through a relatively narrow corridor where well-placed tree stands could provide excellent hunting opportunities. Kyle began a detailed examination of potential stand sites, looking for mature trees with proper shooting lanes and wind direction considerations that would allow hunters to remain undetected by approaching deer. It was while he was examining a promising oak tree, approximately 30 feet from the main game trail, that Rex began exhibiting behavior unlike anything Kyle had witnessed in their 6 years together. The dog's hackles rose dramatically, creating a ridge of bristling hair along his spine, while a low growl rumbled deep in his chest. Rex's eyes were fixed on something in the dense understory, approximately 50 yards ahead of their position, his body language indicating extreme agitation and what Kyle could only interpret as fear. Kyle immediately raised his rifle to a ready position, clicking off the safety while his eyes searched the area where Rex had focused his attention. The forest ahead appeared normal at first glance, but as Kyle studied the shadows and undergrowth more carefully, he began to detect subtle signs that something was indeed amiss. Several saplings appeared to have been broken or bent in ways that suggested the passage of something much larger than a deer or even a black bear. Fresh scratch marks on the bark of a large maple showed gouges too deep and too widely spaced to have been made by any animal native to Wisconsin forests. Rex's growling intensified, and Kyle noticed that his dog was actually backing away from whatever had captured his attention, behavior that was completely contrary to the pointer's normally bold and inquisitive nature. Kyle had seen Rex face down black bears without flinching, but whatever was ahead of them had clearly triggered a primal fear response in the usually fearless hunting dog. The hair on the back of Kyle's own neck began to rise as his own primitive instincts responded to his companion's obvious distress. A sound unlike anything Kyle had ever heard in the forest suddenly pierced the morning air, a deep, guttural vocalization that seemed to combine elements of a growl, a roar, and something almost human in its modulation. The sound appeared to originate from the area where Rex had been focusing his attention, but its volume and depth suggested a creature of enormous size and power. Kyle's military training from his service in the Marines 2 decades earlier automatically kicked in, his body dropping into a combat crouch while his rifle tracked toward the source of the sound. The forest around them suddenly fell silent, as if every living creature within miles had simultaneously decided to hold its breath. Even the ever-present chatter of squirrels and the calls of songbirds ceased completely, creating an unnatural quiet that made Kyle's ears ring in the sudden absence of background noise. Rex pressed himself against Kyle's legs, still growling but now clearly seeking protection rather than preparing to investigate a potential threat. Kyle's rational mind began cycling through possible explanations for what they had encountered. Black bears were certainly capable of making intimidating vocalizations, particularly during mating season or when defending cubs. But the sound he'd heard possessed a quality and volume that seemed beyond the capabilities of any bear he'd ever encountered. Wolves had been reintroduced to Wisconsin in recent years, and a pack could certainly create alarming sounds. But the single, sustained vocalization he'd heard was clearly produced by one individual creature rather than a group. Another possibility that Kyle found himself reluctantly considering was the presence of an escaped exotic animal, perhaps a large primate from a private collection or roadside zoo. There had been occasional reports over the years of such animals being spotted in remote areas after escaping from inadequate captivity, and a large ape could certainly explain both the unusual sounds and the apparent size indicated by the damaged vegetation. As Kyle continued to scan the forest ahead through the scope of his rifle, a massive shadow seemed to detach itself from the dense understory, approximately 40 yards from their position. At first, Kyle's mind refused to process what his eyes were seeing, dismissing the movement as perhaps a trick of light and shadow created by swaying branches overhead. But as the shadow continued to move with obvious purpose and intelligence, Kyle began to realize that he was observing something that challenged every assumption he'd ever made about the wildlife inhabiting Wisconsin's forests. The creature that gradually became visible through the dappled lighting was unlike anything Kyle had ever seen, yet somehow familiar from childhood stories and whispered legends that he'd always dismissed as folklore. Standing easily 8 feet tall, the being possessed a physique that combined human-like proportions with the obvious musculature and power of a large primate. Its entire body was covered with dark, coarse hair that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the filtered sunlight penetrating the forest canopy. The creature's arms hung past its knees, and its hands appeared both massive and surprisingly dexterous as they pushed aside vegetation with careful precision. Most disturbing of all was the creature's face, which Kyle glimpsed only briefly as it turned in their direction. While clearly not human, the facial features possessed an intelligence and awareness that was unmistakably sentient. The eyes, dark and deeply set beneath a prominent brow ridge, seemed to survey the forest around them with the calculated attention of a predator assessing its environment for both opportunities and threats. When those eyes briefly met Kyle's own through his rifle scope, he experienced a chill of recognition that shook him to his core. This was not merely an animal following instinctive behaviors. This was an intelligent being making conscious decisions about its next course of action. Rex's growling had escalated to an almost frantic whining, and Kyle could feel his dog's body trembling against his legs. Every instinct screamed at Kyle to retreat immediately, to put as much distance as possible between themselves and whatever they had encountered. But his fascination with what he was witnessing, combined with his decades of experience in the wilderness, held him frozen in place as he attempted to comprehend the implications of what he was seeing. The creature appeared to be examining the same game trail that Kyle had been following, its massive head lowered as it investigated tracks and scent trails with obvious expertise. Its movements were surprisingly graceful for something of such enormous size, each step placed with careful precision to avoid breaking branches or creating unnecessary noise. Kyle realized that despite its size, the creature was moving through the forest with less disturbance than he and Rex had created during their morning's travel. As Kyle watched in fascination and growing dread, the creature began to follow the same path that he and Rex had taken through the forest, its head occasionally lifting to test the air currents in what was obviously a tracking behavior. With growing horror, Kyle realized that the creature wasn't simply traveling through the forest. It was following their trail with obvious intent and purpose. Every broken twig, every footprint in the soft earth, every trace of human scent that Kyle had left during their passage was being systematically examined and catalogued by intelligence that clearly understood the significance of what it was finding. Kyle's military training reasserted itself as he realized the tactical situation they now faced. They were being hunted by something that possessed both the size and strength to pose a mortal threat and the intelligence to track them effectively through terrain where traditional escape routes were limited. The swampland that bordered their current position would be nearly impassable for humans, but might present no obstacle to a creature obviously adapted to wilderness survival. The steep ridge on the opposite side would require considerable time and effort to climb, time during which they would be completely vulnerable to pursuit. Rex suddenly broke from his position against Kyle's legs and bolted toward the narrow game trail they had followed into the area, his panic finally overriding his loyalty and training. The dog's flight response seemed to trigger something in the creature ahead of them, and Kyle watched in horror as the massive being's attention focused with laser-like intensity on the fleeing pointer. With shocking speed, the creature began pursuing Rex through the forest, its long strides covering ground with an efficiency that made Kyle's heart sink as he realized his companion had no chance of escape. Kyle's own survival instincts finally overcame his fascination with what he'd been witnessing, and he began moving as quickly as possible toward the ridge that represented his best chance of reaching higher ground and possibly finding a defensive position. Behind him, he could hear Rex's panicked barking growing fainter as the dog was either outdistanced by his pursuer or caught. Kyle forced himself not to think about the latter possibility as he scrambled up the steep slope, using saplings and exposed roots for handholds while loose stones scattered beneath his boots. The physical exertion of climbing the ridge while carrying his rifle and pack quickly had Kyle breathing heavily, his 45-year-old body protesting the sudden demand for maximum effort after the relatively leisurely pace of the morning's scouting expedition. Sweat began streaming down his face despite the cool air temperature, and his legs burned with the strain of repeatedly lifting his body weight against gravity. Behind him, Rex's barking had stopped completely, replaced by a silence that Kyle found more terrifying than any sound could have been. As Kyle neared the crest of the ridge, approximately 40 feet above the forest floor where he'd first encountered the creature, he risked a glance backward to assess his pursuer's progress. What he saw filled him with a mixture of relief and renewed terror. The creature had apparently abandoned its pursuit of Rex and was now following Kyle's route up the ridge with a speed and agility that seemed impossible for something of such massive size. Its long arms and powerful legs worked in coordination to propel it up the steep slope with far greater efficiency than Kyle had been able to manage, and the distance between them was closing rapidly. Kyle reached the ridge crest and immediately began searching for a defensive position where he could make a stand if pursuit continued. The ridgetop was relatively narrow, perhaps 20 feet wide, with large granite boulders scattered along its length, providing potential cover. On the far side, the ridge dropped away even more steeply than the ascent Kyle had just completed, ending in another section of impenetrable swampland that eliminated any possibility of escape in that direction. Kyle positioned himself behind one of the larger boulders and brought his rifle to bear on the route he'd just climbed, his breathing gradually slowing as he prepared for what might be his only chance to defend himself. The Remington 700 was chambered for .308 Winchester, a cartridge with sufficient power to drop any animal in North America if properly placed. Kyle had used the rifle to take elk, moose, and black bears during previous hunting seasons, and he was confident in both the weapon's capabilities and his own marksmanship skills. The creature's head appeared over the ridge crest, perhaps 30 seconds after Kyle had positioned himself, its dark eyes immediately locating Kyle's position behind the boulder with an accuracy that suggested exceptional vision and spatial awareness. For a long moment, predator and prey stared at each other, across perhaps 20 feet of ridgetop, each assessing the other's capabilities and intentions. Kyle found himself struck again by the obvious intelligence in those dark eyes, an awareness that seemed to comprehend not only Kyle's physical position, but also his psychological state and probable course of action. Rather than immediately charging Kyle's position as he'd expected, the creature began moving along the ridge crest with obvious tactical awareness, using the scattered boulders for cover while positioning itself for what appeared to be a flanking maneuver. Kyle realized with growing alarm that he was facing an opponent that understood concepts like cover, concealment, and tactical positioning, knowledge that transformed the encounter from a simple predator-prey situation into something approaching warfare between intelligent adversaries. Kyle tracked the creature's movement through his rifle scope, looking for a clear shot that would either discourage further pursuit or eliminate the threat entirely. The creature's use of available cover was remarkably sophisticated, exposing only brief glimpses of its massive form as it moved from boulder to boulder with surprising stealth. When Kyle did have brief opportunities for a shot, the target was either partially obscured or moving too quickly for him to feel confident about shot placement. The tactical game of cat and mouse continued for several minutes, with Kyle growing increasingly aware that his opponent possessed significant advantages in both physical capabilities and terrain familiarity. The creature seemed to know exactly where each boulder and depression was located along the ridge crest, while Kyle was forced to guess at its likely route based on incomplete information. More disturbing still was the growing realization that the creature was deliberately prolonging the encounter, perhaps studying Kyle's responses and capabilities before making its final move. A sound from below and behind Kyle's position suddenly captured his attention, a rustling in the undergrowth that suggested movement along the base of the ridge. Kyle's blood ran cold as he realized the tactical implications of what he was hearing. While his attention had been focused on the creature moving along the ridge crest, another individual had apparently positioned itself to cut off his retreat route. Kyle found himself caught between multiple opponents with superior knowledge of the terrain and physical capabilities that far exceeded his own. The creature on the ridge crest seemed to sense Kyle's growing awareness of his tactical situation and began moving more aggressively, abandoning stealth in favor of a direct approach that would force Kyle to make an immediate decision about engaging or attempting to flee. Kyle brought his rifle to bear on the approaching figure, his finger taking up slack on the trigger as the range closed to approximately 15 feet. At that critical moment, when Kyle was preparing to fire what might be his only effective shot, the creature did something that fundamentally altered his understanding of what they were dealing with. It raised one massive hand in what was unmistakably a gesture of communication, palm forward in a universal sign that conveyed either greeting or a request to halt hostilities. The gesture was so unexpectedly human in its execution that Kyle found himself hesitating with his finger on the trigger, his mind struggling to process the implications of what he'd just witnessed. The creature's eyes never left Kyle's own as it slowly lowered its hand and took another step forward, moving with deliberate, non-threatening motions that seemed designed to communicate peaceful intentions. Kyle found himself caught in an impossible situation, facing a being that appeared capable of ripping him apart with its bare hands, but was apparently attempting to initiate some form of communication. His finger remained on the trigger, but he found himself unable to complete the firing sequence against an opponent that was clearly attempting to avoid violence. The standoff continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, with Kyle maintaining his sight picture through the rifle scope while the creature remained motionless in an apparent attempt to demonstrate non-aggressive intentions. Kyle could see details of the creature's physique that both fascinated and terrified him. The massive chest and shoulders that spoke of enormous physical power, the intelligent dark eyes that seemed to catalogue every detail of Kyle's appearance and equipment, and the careful precision of its movements that indicated conscious control over its actions. Rex's distant barking suddenly resumed from somewhere below the ridge, indicating that Kyle's dog had survived the initial pursuit and was apparently attempting to locate his human companion. The sound seemed to break the spell that had held both Kyle and the creature motionless, and Kyle saw something that might have been concern or recognition cross the creature's features as it turned slightly toward the source of the barking. Kyle seized the momentary distraction to retreat several steps along the ridge crest, hoping to gain additional maneuvering room while maintaining his rifle's sight picture on his opponent. The creature immediately refocused its attention on Kyle, but rather than advancing further, it began backing away with the same deliberate motions it had used during its approach. Kyle watched in fascination as the massive being retreated toward the edge of the ridge, its eyes never leaving Kyle's position, but its body language clearly communicating a decision to withdraw from the confrontation. Just before disappearing over the edge of the ridge, the creature paused and looked directly at Kyle for several long seconds, its expression unreadable, but somehow conveying a message that Kyle felt but couldn't translate. Then, with the same surprising grace it had demonstrated throughout the encounter, the creature was gone, leaving Kyle alone on the ridge crest, with his heart pounding and his mind reeling from what he'd just experienced. Kyle maintained his position behind the boulder for several additional minutes, his rifle ready and his attention focused on the areas where additional creatures might emerge to continue the encounter. The forest around him gradually returned to normal activity levels, with birds resuming their calls and squirrels chattering in the trees below. Rex's barking grew closer as the dog apparently succeeded in finding a route up the ridge to rejoin his human companion. When Rex finally appeared over the ridge crest, his normal enthusiasm was replaced by obvious anxiety and confusion. The dog approached Kyle's position cautiously, staying low and constantly looking around, as if expecting additional threats to emerge from concealment. Kyle was relieved to see that Rex appeared physically unharmed, though his normally pristine coat was matted with burrs and mud from his flight through the dense undergrowth. Kyle gradually accepted that the immediate threat had passed and began considering his next course of action. His military training emphasized the importance of immediately reporting contact with unknown forces to higher authority, but Kyle found himself struggling with how to communicate what he'd experienced to anyone who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. The very nature of what he'd seen challenged fundamental assumptions about the wildlife population of Wisconsin forests, and he had no physical evidence beyond his own testimony to support his claims. As Kyle began planning his route back to his vehicle, he noticed that his hands were shaking slightly with residual adrenaline from the encounter. The familiar weight of his rifle, which had provided comfort and confidence throughout countless hunting trips, now seemed inadequate against opponents that possessed both superior physical capabilities and obvious intelligence. Kyle found himself questioning whether his .308 Winchester would have been effective against a creature of such size and apparent strength, and he realized that his entire approach to wilderness survival would need fundamental revision based on what he'd learned. The descent from the ridge proved more challenging than Kyle had anticipated, partly due to his shaken mental state, but also because he found himself constantly scanning for signs of additional creatures that might be observing his retreat. Every shadow seemed to hold potential threats, and every sound in the forest around them triggered heightened alertness that left Kyle mentally and physically exhausted by the time they reached the relative safety of the main game trail. Rex's behavior during their retreat provided additional confirmation that their encounter had been genuinely extraordinary. The normally bold and inquisitive pointer stayed close to Kyle's side throughout their journey back toward the vehicle, constantly looking over his shoulder and exhibiting none of his usual enthusiasm for investigating scent trails and potential game sign. The dog's obvious distress served as a constant reminder to Kyle that what they'd experienced had been real, rather than some form of stress-induced hallucination. As they retraced their route through the forest, Kyle began noticing details that had escaped his attention during their morning's travel. Several trees showed scratch marks that he'd initially attributed to black bears, but which now appeared too deep and too widely spaced for any known animal. Areas of disturbed vegetation that he'd dismissed as natural windfall or animal damage now seemed to follow patterns that suggested the regular passage of large bipedal creatures through the forest. Most disturbing of all was Kyle's growing realization that signs of unusual activity were scattered throughout the area they'd traversed, indicating that their morning's encounter hadn't been an isolated incident, but rather contact with creatures that regularly inhabited this section of forest. The implications of this discovery were staggering, suggesting the existence of a breeding population of unknown primates in one of Wisconsin's most remote wilderness areas. Kyle's mind raced through the potential consequences of reporting his encounter to wildlife authorities, law enforcement, or scientific institutions. At best, he would probably be dismissed as another delusional individual claiming to have seen Bigfoot in the woods. At worst, he might become the subject of unwanted attention from researchers, journalists, and curiosity seekers who would invade his privacy and potentially expose the creatures to harassment or harm. By the time Kyle and Rex reached his pickup truck in the parking area where he'd begun the morning's expedition, Kyle had made a preliminary decision to remain silent about what they'd experienced until he could gather additional evidence or determine the appropriate course of action. The familiar sight of his vehicle and the normal sounds of traffic on the distant highway provided a sense of returning to reality that helped calm his frayed nerves. As Kyle loaded his gear into the truck and encouraged Rex to jump into the passenger seat, he noticed that his dog showed obvious reluctance to remain in the parking area any longer than necessary. Rex's head was constantly moving as he scanned the tree line around the parking area, and he pressed himself against Kyle's side whenever they moved away from the immediate vicinity of the vehicle. Kyle found himself sharing his companion's anxiety, experiencing an irrational but persistent feeling that they were being observed from the forest around them. The drive home provided Kyle with time to begin processing the emotional and psychological impact of their encounter. His hands gradually stopped shaking as they put distance between themselves and the forest, but his mind continued racing through the implications of what he'd witnessed. Kyle had always prided himself on his rational, scientific approach to wilderness experiences, carefully distinguishing between verifiable observations and wishful thinking or imagination. The encounter he'd just experienced challenged that methodical approach by presenting evidence that seemed to contradict everything he thought he knew about the natural world. Over the following days, Kyle found himself struggling with the decision of whether to report his encounter to any official authorities. He spent hours researching similar reports from other witnesses, discovering a surprising body of anecdotal evidence suggesting that encounters with unknown primate species were more common than he'd ever imagined. Most of these reports were dismissed by mainstream science as hoaxes, misidentifications, or psychological phenomena. But Kyle found himself noting similarities between his own experience and accounts from witnesses whose credibility seemed beyond question. Rex's behavior during the days following their encounter provided additional confirmation that something extraordinary had occurred in the forest. The normally enthusiastic hunting dog showed obvious reluctance to accompany Kyle on subsequent trips to other hunting areas, and he displayed anxiety behaviors whenever they approached forested areas that reminded him of their encounter. Kyle found himself wondering if Rex's superior senses had detected aspects of the encounter that had escaped human perception. And whether the dog's continued distress reflected awareness of ongoing danger that Kyle himself couldn't detect. Kyle's sleep patterns were disrupted for several weeks following the encounter, with vivid dreams and occasional nightmares featuring the creature they'd met on the ridge. The intelligent eyes that had studied him with such obvious awareness continued to haunt his memory, and he found himself wondering what the creature had been thinking during their confrontation. Had it been as surprised by the encounter as Kyle himself? Had it been studying human behavior with the same curiosity that Kyle felt about its own species? Was it reporting the encounter to others of its kind, just as Kyle was considering reporting it to human authorities? The physical evidence from their encounter proved frustratingly inconclusive when Kyle returned to the area several days later with a camera and measuring equipment. Rain had washed away most of the tracks he'd observed, and the scratch marks on trees could be interpreted in multiple ways, depending on the observer's preconceptions. Kyle did locate what appeared to be a single clear footprint in a patch of mud near the creek, where they'd first noticed unusual activity. But the print was too weathered and indistinct to provide conclusive proof of anything extraordinary. Kyle's attempts to discuss the encounter with other experienced outdoorsmen produced mixed results. Some dismissed his account as imagination or misidentification, while others shared their own stories of unusual encounters that they'd never reported to authorities. Kyle was surprised to discover that several respected hunting guides and wildlife biologists had experienced similar encounters but had remained silent due to concerns about professional credibility and public ridicule. The encounter's impact on Kyle's relationship with the forest proved more profound and lasting than he'd initially expected. His confidence in his ability to predict and control wilderness situations had been fundamentally shaken by meeting a creature that possessed superior knowledge of the terrain and capabilities that far exceeded his own. Kyle found himself experiencing anxiety in forested areas where he'd previously felt completely comfortable, constantly scanning for signs of observation or pursuit that might indicate the presence of unknown creatures. Rex's reluctance to accompany Kyle on hunting trips gradually diminished over several months, but the dog's behavior in the forest remained more cautious and alert than it had been before their encounter. Kyle noticed that Rex seemed to possess an enhanced ability to detect unusual activity, alerting to sounds and scents that Kyle couldn't perceive but that might indicate the presence of the creatures they'd encountered. Kyle found himself relying more heavily on Rex's superior senses, treating the dog's alerts as early warning signals that required immediate attention and possible retreat. The question of whether to seek out additional encounters with the creatures became a source of ongoing internal conflict for Kyle. Part of him felt drawn to return to the area where they'd made contact, hoping to gather additional evidence or perhaps establish some form of communication with beings that appeared to possess human-like intelligence. Another part of him recognized the extreme danger that such creatures represented and urged him to avoid any possibility of future contact. Kyle's research into similar encounters led him to contact several researchers who specialized in investigating reports of unknown primate species in North America. He discovered a surprisingly sophisticated network of scientists, naturalists, and experienced outdoorsmen who took such reports seriously and were actively gathering evidence to support or refute claims of Sasquatch populations in remote wilderness areas. While Kyle appreciated their scientific approach, he remained reluctant to share the specific details of his own encounter without stronger evidence to support his claims. The long-term psychological impact of the encounter proved more significant than Kyle had anticipated. His worldview had been fundamentally altered by the discovery that intelligent beings apparently shared the forests he'd considered his own domain. Kyle found himself questioning other assumptions about the natural world and wondering what additional discoveries might await future explorers willing to venture into the most remote wilderness areas. The encounter had opened his mind to possibilities that he'd never seriously considered, expanding his understanding of what might be possible in a world that clearly contained more mysteries than he'd previously imagined. The encounter also strengthened Kyle's commitment to wilderness conservation and protection of remote habitat areas. If creatures like the one he'd encountered truly existed in Wisconsin's forests, they would require large tracts of undisturbed habitat to maintain viable populations. Kyle became more active in supporting efforts to preserve remaining wilderness areas and limit human development in regions that might serve as refuge for species that preferred to avoid contact with human civilization. As months passed and Kyle's memory of the encounter settled into a more manageable form, he began to appreciate the extraordinary privilege of having witnessed something that few humans had ever experienced. Regardless of whether scientific evidence would ever confirm the existence of the creatures he'd encountered, Kyle knew that his brief contact with an obviously intelligent non-human being had provided him with insights into the complexity and mystery of the natural world that would influence his thinking for the remainder of his life. Kyle's decision about whether to publicly discuss his encounter ultimately depended on his assessment of whether doing so would benefit the creatures themselves or simply expose them to unwanted attention that might threaten their continued survival. He remained convinced that the beings he'd encountered possessed intelligence and emotional complexity that demanded the same ethical considerations given to human populations, and he felt a responsibility to protect their privacy and security, even if doing so meant that his own extraordinary experience would never receive scientific validation. The encounter had taught Kyle that the natural world contained mysteries and wonders that human science had yet to discover or understand. Whether future research would confirm the existence of unknown primate species in North America's remaining wilderness areas remained to be seen, but Kyle knew that his own brief contact with such beings had forever changed his relationship with the forest and expanded his appreciation for the complexity of the world around him. In quiet moments when Kyle returned to the forest for subsequent hunting trips, he found himself hoping for another glimpse of the creatures that had so profoundly impacted his understanding of wilderness. While he never again encountered them directly, he occasionally noticed signs that might indicate their continued presence in the area. Unusual sounds at dawn and dusk, vegetation disturbances that didn't match known animal patterns, and Rex's occasional alerts to something that remained invisible to human senses. Kyle's experience had demonstrated that even in the 21st century, when satellite imagery and GPS technology seemed to have mapped every square mile of the planet's surface, genuine mysteries still existed in the remote corners of the world. The possibility that intelligent beings might be successfully avoiding human contact in North America's remaining wilderness areas suggested that nature still possessed secrets that human arrogance and technology had yet to uncover. The lasting impact of Kyle's encounter extended beyond his personal understanding of the natural world to influence his relationships with other hunters, guides, and wilderness enthusiasts. He found himself more willing to listen seriously to accounts of unusual wildlife encounters that he might previously have dismissed, recognizing that the natural world contained phenomena that conventional scientific understanding hadn't yet explained or acknowledged. Years later, Kyle would look back on his encounter as a defining moment that had fundamentally altered his relationship with the natural world and expanded his appreciation for the mysteries that still existed in remote wilderness areas. Whether future generations would succeed in documenting and understanding the creatures he'd encountered remained an open question. But Kyle knew that his brief contact with them had provided him with insights into the complexity and wonder of the natural world that would influence his thinking for the remainder of his life. The encounter served as a reminder that human understanding of the natural world remained incomplete despite centuries of scientific research and exploration. In an age when many people assumed that all significant discoveries had already been made, Kyle's experience suggested that the most remote wilderness areas might still harbor secrets that could challenge fundamental assumptions about what was possible in the natural world. Kyle's story represents just one of many similar accounts from credible witnesses who have encountered unknown creatures in North America's remote wilderness areas. While the scientific community continues to debate the validity of such reports, the consistency of details across multiple independent accounts suggests that something extraordinary may indeed be present in the continent's most isolated forests. Whether future research will confirm the existence of unknown primate species in North America remains to be seen, but encounters like Kyle's serve as important reminders that the natural world still contains mysteries waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to venture into the wilderness with open minds and careful observation skills. The profound impact of Kyle's encounter on his understanding of the natural world demonstrates the transformative power of direct experience with phenomena that challenge conventional wisdom. His story serves as an invitation for others to approach the wilderness with humility and wonder, recognizing that nature may still hold secrets that human science has yet to uncover or understand. As Kyle continues to guide hunters through Wisconsin's forests, he carries with him the knowledge that the wilderness contains mysteries and wonders beyond human understanding. His encounter has made him a more thoughtful and respectful participant in the natural world, someone who approaches the forest with enhanced awareness of its complexity and potential for surprise. The legacy of Kyle's encounter extends beyond his personal experience to contribute to the growing body of anecdotal evidence suggesting that unknown creatures may inhabit North America's most remote wilderness areas. While scientific confirmation remains elusive, accounts like Kyle's provide valuable data points for researchers investigating the possibility that such beings might exist in regions where human presence has been minimal and habitat remains largely undisturbed. Kyle's willingness to share his story, despite the risk of ridicule or disbelief, represents an important contribution to our understanding of what might be possible in the natural world. His detailed account provides future researchers with valuable information about creature behavior, habitat preferences, and interaction patterns that could prove essential for scientific investigation of similar phenomena. The courage required to report encounters with unknown creatures cannot be understated, given the potential consequences for personal and professional credibility. Kyle's decision to document his experience reflects his commitment to scientific truth and his recognition that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, even when that evidence comes from personal experience that defies conventional explanation. Kyle Mitchell's encounter in Wisconsin's Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest stands as a testament to the enduring mystery and wonder of the natural world. His detailed account provides valuable insights into the complexity of creature behavior and intelligence, while raising important questions about the extent of human understanding regarding the species that inhabit our planet's most remote wilderness areas. The encounter ultimately serves as a reminder that nature retains the capacity to surprise and humble even the most experienced outdoorsman, challenging us to approach the wilderness with respect, wonder, and recognition that our understanding of the natural world remains incomplete. Kyle's story encourages us to remain open to possibilities that conventional wisdom might dismiss while maintaining the careful observation and critical thinking skills necessary to distinguish between genuine phenomena and misperception or imagination. The next case, the October wind carried the scent of dying leaves and cold earth through the Missouri Ozarks, a familiar perfume that had drawn Elijah Thompson back to these ancient hills for 37 consecutive hunting seasons. At 52, his weathered hands moved with practiced precision as he adjusted the safety harness around his thick torso, checking each buckle twice before beginning his ascent up the towering white oak that had served as his primary hunting post for over a decade. Elijah's reputation in the small town of Willowbrook preceded him like morning mist rolling through the hollows. 3 generations of Thompsons had worked these same ridges, first as loggers, then as guides for wealthy city hunters seeking trophy whitetails in the dense wilderness that stretched for miles between the Buffalo National River and the Arkansas border. His grandfather, old Samuel Thompson, had regaled young Elijah with stories of creatures that moved through these woods with intelligence beyond any normal animal, stories that the boy had dismissed as folklore until he began hunting alone in his 20s. The tree stand, a custom-built platform of treated lumber and steel cables, sat 22 feet above the forest floor, positioned strategically along a well-worn deer trail that meandered between a natural spring and a series of white oak groves heavy with acorns. Elijah had constructed the platform himself, using materials hauled in piece by piece over the course of several weekends, anchoring it securely to the massive trunk with industrial-grade bolts that could support 3 times his 200-pound frame. As dawn approached, painting the eastern horizon in shades of amber and rose, Elijah settled into his familiar routine. His compound bow, a Matthews VXR with a 65-pound draw weight, rested against the stand's rail within easy reach. His quiver held 6 carbon arrows tipped with razor-sharp broadheads, each one meticulously sharpened and balanced for maximum accuracy. A thermal coffee mug filled with black coffee steamed beside him, while his day pack contained granola bars, beef jerky, and enough water for a full day in the woods. The Missouri Department of Conservation had issued only 300 archery tags for this particular management area, and Elijah had drawn one of the coveted permits after applying for 7 consecutive years. The zone encompassed nearly 15,000 acres of pristine hardwood forest, steep ridges carved by countless seasonal streams, and hidden valleys where massive white-tailed bucks had learned to thrive beyond the reach of casual hunters. This morning marked the beginning of his annual 2-week hunting vacation, a sacred period when Elijah would rise before dawn each day and remain in the woods until full darkness, studying deer patterns and waiting for the perfect shot opportunity. His wife, Margaret, had long since accepted that she would see little of her husband during this time, understanding that hunting represented more than recreation for Elijah. It connected him to his heritage, to the land, and to something primal that civilization had not quite managed to extinguish. The forest began to awaken around him as the first rays of sunlight penetrated the canopy. Gray squirrels chattered in the branches overhead, while a piloted woodpecker hammered against a dead snag somewhere deeper in the woods. Elijah had learned to read these sounds like a symphony, understanding that the sudden silence of birds often preceded the approach of deer, while the alarm calls of squirrels could indicate the presence of predators or human intruders. He pulled out a small notebook and pen, continuing a tradition he had maintained for over 2 decades of recording detailed observations about weather conditions, animal behavior, and hunting activity. Today's entry began with temperature readings, wind direction, and barometric pressure, followed by notes about the abundance of acorns and the condition of various deer trails he had scouted throughout the previous month. The morning progressed peacefully, with several does and yearlings passing through his shooting lane just after 8 o'clock. Elijah studied them through his binoculars, noting their relaxed behavior and healthy appearance. These animals showed no signs of alarm, moving casually through the forest while stopping occasionally to browse on fallen acorns or tender shoots of vegetation. He had no interest in harvesting those this early in the season, preferring to wait for a mature buck that would provide both meat for his family and a trophy worthy of his grandfather's legacy. Around 10:30, the character of the morning began to change in subtle ways that only an experienced woodsman would notice. The grey squirrels fell silent first, their constant chatter dying away as if someone had thrown a switch. The various songbirds that had been active since dawn, cardinals, chickadees, and nuthatches, likewise ceased their vocalizations, leaving an unnatural quiet that settled over the forest like a heavy blanket. Elijah lowered his coffee mug and reached for his binoculars, scanning the surrounding woods with the methodical precision of a predator. His grandfather had taught him that sudden silence in the forest usually meant one of three things. A human was approaching, a large predator was moving through the area, or severe weather was imminent. The sky remained clear and blue overhead, while his trail cameras had captured no images of other hunters in recent days, leaving the third possibility as the most likely explanation. But something felt different about this silence. In his decades of hunting experience, Elijah had witnessed the quiet that preceded the passage of black bears, mountain lions, and even the occasional pack of coyotes. This felt heavier somehow, charged with an energy that made the hair on his forearms stand up despite the mild October temperature. A stick cracked somewhere to his north, followed by another and then another in slow succession. Elijah turned his attention in that direction, straining his eyes to penetrate the dense understory of young saplings and fallen logs. The sounds suggested something large moving through the forest, but the irregular pattern didn't match the cautious stop-and-go progression of a deer. Bears moved with more continuous noise, crashing through underbrush without concern for stealth, while coyotes rarely made any sound at all during daylight hours. The footsteps, for that's what they unmistakably were, continued in his direction, growing gradually louder as whatever was making them approached his position. Elijah estimated the source to be perhaps 200 yards away, moving along what he knew to be an old logging road that had been abandoned for at least 15 years. Saplings and briars had reclaimed most of the roadbed, but it still provided easier passage through the otherwise dense forest. He raised his binoculars again, adjusting the focus ring while scanning systematically from left to right across his field of view. The morning light filtered through the canopy in broken shafts, creating a patchwork of shadows and illuminated areas that made it difficult to distinguish moving objects from stationary ones. His breathing had unconsciously slowed to match his grandfather's hunting rhythm, deep and controlled to maximize both oxygenation and silence. Another series of footsteps echoed through the woods, closer now, perhaps 150 yards away. Elijah found himself gripping the binoculars tighter than necessary, his knuckles white against the black rubber coating. Something about the deliberate pace of those steps triggered an instinctive unease that he couldn't quite rationalize. In all his years of hunting, he had never heard anything move through the forest with quite this combination of size, stealth, and apparent purpose. The sound stopped abruptly, leaving the forest wrapped in absolute silence. No wind stirred the leaves overhead, no insects buzzed in the morning air, and even the distant sound of running water from the spring seemed muted and far away. Elijah remained perfectly still, his eyes scanning continuously, while his ears strained to detect the slightest noise that might reveal the location of whatever had been approaching. Minutes passed without any further sound. His watch showed 11:15, and he began to wonder if whatever had been moving through the woods had detected his presence and decided to retreat. Deer possessed incredible senses and could detect human scent from remarkable distances, especially when wind conditions were favorable. Bears, too, had excellent noses and generally avoided human contact unless surprised or protecting cubs. Then he caught a whiff of something that made his stomach clench with instinctive revulsion. The scent was unlike anything in his catalogue of forest odours, not the musky smell of deer, the sweet sour aroma of bear, or even the pungent marking scent of coyotes. This was something altogether more primitive and threatening, a combination of wet animal fur, decomposing vegetation, and something else that his brain refused to categorize. The smell grew stronger, indicating that whatever was producing it was moving closer to his position. Elijah's hunting experience had taught him to trust his senses completely, and every instinct he possessed was now screaming that he was in the presence of something dangerous. His right hand moved unconsciously to the grip of his compound bow, while his left reached for the quiver of arrows mounted beside his seat. A branch snapped directly below his tree stand, the sound so close and loud that Elijah nearly dropped his binoculars. He looked down through the platform's wooden slats, expecting to see a bear or perhaps an unusually large deer, but the forest floor appeared empty except for the usual carpet of fallen leaves and scattered deadfall. Another step, this one accompanied by a sound that would haunt Elijah's dreams for the rest of his life. The unmistakable scraping of knuckles being dragged across the rough bark of a tree trunk. The sound was deliberate and prolonged, as if whatever was making it wanted to announce its presence to anything within hearing distance. Elijah's throat constricted as he realized that the sound was coming from the base of his own tree. Something was standing directly beneath his hunting platform, something large enough and tall enough to reach up and drag its knuckles across the oak's thick bark. His hands began to shake as he tried to peer through the gaps in the platform, searching for any glimpse of what was lurking 20 feet below him. The scraping sound came again, longer this time, followed by what could only be described as a low, rumbling vocalization. The sound was deeper than any bear's growl, more resonant than a cougar's snarl, and unlike anything in Elijah's extensive experience with Missouri wildlife. It seemed to emanate from a chest cavity large enough to house organs proportional to a creature far beyond the size of any known animal in these forests. For the first time in his hunting career, Elijah Thompson felt genuine terror. His grandfather's stories, dismissed for so many years as the folklore of an earlier generation, suddenly seemed not only possible, but probable. Old Samuel had described encounters with creatures that walked upright like men, but possessed the size and strength of grizzly bears, intelligent beings that understood human behavior and actively avoided contact with civilization. The tree stand shuddered slightly, a movement so subtle that Elijah might have attributed it to wind, if not for the complete absence of any breeze. The sensation was repeated, stronger this time, as if something at the base of the tree was testing the stability of his elevated position. His safety harness suddenly felt inadequate, a thin barrier between him and a fall that could prove fatal given the rocky ground below. Another violent shake rocked the entire tree, causing Elijah's coffee mug to slide across the platform and crash to the forest floor below. The sound of breaking ceramic seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence, followed immediately by an explosive snort from whatever was standing beneath him. The vocalization expressed what could only be interpreted as annoyance or perhaps amusement at his obvious distress. Elijah's tactical mind, honed by decades of hunting dangerous game, began calculating his options. His cell phone showed no signal bars, a common problem in these remote hollows where the surrounding ridges blocked most cellular towers. His vehicle was parked nearly half a mile away, along an old logging road, accessible only by following a narrow trail that wound through dense forest and crossed two seasonal streams. The tree continued to shake with increasing violence, as if the creature below was systematically testing the limits of what the massive oak could withstand. Elijah could hear wood creaking under stress, while bolts that had held his platform secure for over a decade began to emit high-pitched squealing sounds as they shifted in their holes. His bow slipped from his numb fingers and clattered onto the platform, the sound triggering another explosive vocalization from below. This time, the sound carried a distinctly aggressive edge, a warning that Elijah's presence was no longer being tolerated with even grudging patience. He gripped the steel cable that supported one corner of his platform, feeling the thin metal strands stretch and contract with each assault on the tree's base. The attacks on the tree increased in frequency and power, each impact sending shockwaves up the massive trunk and through the platform's support structure. Elijah's water bottle bounced off the platform and disappeared into the undergrowth below, followed by his binoculars when another particularly violent shake loosened his grip on the case's neck strap. He could only watch helplessly as 30 years of carefully maintained hunting equipment scattered across the forest floor. Between the thunderous impacts against the tree's base, Elijah caught glimpses of movement in his peripheral vision. Something massive was circling the oak, staying just beyond his limited field of view, while maintaining constant pressure on the tree's structural integrity. The creature's intelligence was undeniable. It understood that Elijah was trapped above and was systematically working to bring him down to ground level. His safety harness bit into his shoulders and waist as the platform tilted at increasingly severe angles with each impact. The steel cable's anchor point was beginning to loosen, metal bolts working their way out of holes that had been drilled with precision and sealed with industrial-grade thread locker compound. What had been designed to last for decades was failing in a matter of minutes, under forces that exceeded any reasonable engineering expectations. A particularly violent impact sent Elijah sliding across the platform's wooden surface, his back slamming against the rail with enough force to drive the breath from his lungs. He gasped for air while fumbling for any handhold that might keep him on the rapidly disintegrating structure. His grandfather's hunting knife, secured in a leather sheath on his belt, seemed laughably inadequate against whatever was systematically destroying his sanctuary. The creature's circling pattern was bringing it closer to his field of view, and Elijah caught his first partial glimpse of what had been tormenting him for the past 20 minutes. A massive shoulder covered in dark brown hair passed briefly through a shaft of sunlight before disappearing again behind the tree's thick trunk. The brief sighting was enough to confirm his worst fears. This was no bear or other known animal, but something that defied conventional categorization. Another bone-jarring impact against the tree's base sent a shower of dead bark cascading down around the platform. Elijah could hear the oak's deep root system being stressed beyond its natural limits, ancient wood fibers snapping under pressures that no forest tree was designed to withstand. The creature below possessed strength that seemed almost supernatural, applying force with the calculated precision of an engineer while maintaining the raw power of a natural disaster. His notebook, filled with decades of hunting observations and family memories, fluttered away from the platform like a wounded bird, its pages scattering across the forest floor where they would eventually become part of the natural decay cycle that sustained these ancient woods. Elijah watched it disappear with a sense of profound loss, realizing that his normal life, the life of a respected hunter and outdoorsman, was ending with each violent shake of the tree that had been his refuge. The platform's support cable finally reached its breaking point, the steel strands separating with a sharp crack that echoed through the forest like a rifle shot. Elijah felt the structure tilt beyond the point of recovery, his stomach lurching as gravity began to reclaim its hold on his elevated position. His last coherent thought before the fall was a prayer that Margaret would understand why he had ventured into these woods alone, and that someone would eventually find enough evidence to explain what had happened to him. The descent seemed to last forever, 22 feet of empty air that gave him time to register the sensation of falling while his mind frantically calculated the probable consequences of his imminent impact with the rocky ground below. His safety harness, designed to prevent exactly this type of accident, had become entangled with the collapsing platform and was dragging him downward rather than arresting his fall. He struck the ground with devastating force, his left ankle folding beneath him at an unnatural angle, while his shoulder and hip absorbed the remainder of the impact. Pain exploded through his nervous system like liquid fire, causing his vision to narrow to a pinpoint of light surrounded by expanding darkness. Through the agony, he could hear the sound of his own screaming, a primal expression of pain and terror that seemed to come from someone else's throat. The forest around him erupted in a cacophony of breaking branches and thunderous footsteps as whatever had brought him down began to retreat into the deeper woods. Elijah caught one final glimpse of his tormentor as it paused at the edge of a clearing perhaps 50 yards away, a creature that stood upright like a man but possessed the proportions of something far larger and more powerful than any human being. Even through his pain-hazed vision, certain details burned themselves into his memory with crystal clarity. The creature stood at least 8 feet tall, with shoulders that spanned nearly half that distance. Its entire body was covered in dark brown hair that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the morning sunlight, creating an aura of shadow that made precise observation difficult. Most disturbing of all were its eyes. Intelligent, calculating, and unmistakably aware of him as he lay broken and helpless on the forest floor. For perhaps 30 seconds, predator and prey regarded each other across the distance of the clearing. Elijah found himself unable to look away from those eyes, trapped in a gaze that seemed to penetrate not just his physical defenses, but his very soul. The creature's expression was unreadable, neither aggressive nor sympathetic, but rather curious in the way that a scientist might observe a laboratory specimen. Then, without warning, it turned away and disappeared into the dense undergrowth with movements so fluid and silent that Elijah might have questioned whether he had imagined the entire encounter, if not for the throbbing agony in his ankle and the wreckage of his tree stand scattered around him. The forest sounds began to return gradually. First, the tentative chirping of birds, then the rustling of small mammals moving through the leaf litter, and finally, the full symphony of woodland life resuming its normal patterns. Elijah lay on his back among the fallen leaves, staring up at the empty platform brackets that still clung to the white oak's trunk like the skeleton of some prehistoric creature. His left ankle was definitely broken, possibly in multiple places, while his shoulder felt as though it might be dislocated. Every breath sent sharp pains through his ribs, suggesting at least one fracture in his chest cavity. The immediate crisis of the creature's presence had passed, but Elijah now faced a survival situation that was potentially just as deadly as the encounter itself. He was severely injured, alone, and nearly half a mile from his vehicle through terrain that would be challenging even for an uninjured person. His cell phone had been destroyed in the fall, its shattered screen reflecting broken images of the canopy overhead. He attempted to sit up, gasping as the movement sent fresh waves of pain through his damaged ankle and ribs. The broken bone ends in his lower leg seemed to grind against each other with every slight motion, threatening to drive him back into unconsciousness. Through sheer willpower, he managed to prop himself against the base of the oak tree, using its massive trunk as a backrest while he assessed his situation. His hunting pack had survived the fall relatively intact, though its contents were scattered across a 10-foot radius around his position. The water bottles had been lost during the tree's violent shaking, but he managed to retrieve a few granola bars and a small first aid kit that contained basic supplies for treating minor cuts and sprains. The kit's contents were inadequate for his current injuries, but the elastic bandages might help stabilize his ankle for the journey back to his truck. The process of wrapping his injured ankle required nearly an hour of excruciating effort, with frequent breaks to rest and fight off waves of nausea, brought on by the pain. The elastic bandage provided some stability, but he could feel the broken bone ends shifting with each movement. His hunting boots, constructed of thick leather and designed for rough terrain, were now serving as improvised medical equipment by preventing his foot from bending at unnatural angles. By early afternoon, Elijah had managed to fashion a crude crutch from a sturdy branch that had fallen from the oak during the morning's assault. The improvised walking aid was far from ideal, but it allowed him to transfer some of his weight away from the injured ankle, while maintaining enough balance to attempt forward movement. Each step required careful planning and precise execution, as a fall on the rocky forest floor could easily worsen his existing injuries. The journey back to his vehicle became a test of endurance that pushed his physical and mental limits beyond anything he had previously experienced. The trail that he had covered easily in 15 minutes that morning now stretched ahead of him like an insurmountable obstacle course of fallen logs, rocky creek crossings, and steep grades that seemed designed to defeat anyone attempting to traverse them with a serious injury. Progress was measured in yards rather than miles, with frequent rest stops that lasted longer than the periods of actual movement. The pain in his ankle had evolved from sharp spikes to a constant throbbing ache that synchronized with his heartbeat, while his ribs protested every deep breath with stabbing reminders of their damaged condition. Dehydration was becoming a serious concern, as his water supplies had been lost during the creature's attack on his tree stand. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy in shifting patterns that marked the passage of time with agonizing slowness. What should have been a simple walk back to his truck had become an epic struggle for survival that tested every skill he had learned in 5 decades of outdoor experience. His grandfather's voice seemed to whisper in his ears, reminding him that Thompson men did not give up when faced with adversity, that the family's reputation had been built on the ability to persevere through circumstances that would defeat lesser men. As evening approached, Elijah finally glimpsed the dull gleam of his truck's chrome bumper through the trees ahead. The sight of his vehicle brought tears to his eyes, not just from relief, but from the realization that he had somehow survived an encounter that should have ended his life. The creature in the woods had possessed the size and strength to kill him easily, yet it had chosen instead to simply drive him away from its territory. The final 100 yards to his truck required another hour of careful navigation through the gathering darkness. His improvised crutch was beginning to splinter under the constant stress, while his good leg was cramping from the unnatural gait he had been forced to adopt. By the time he reached the driver's door, exhaustion was threatening to overwhelm him, despite his proximity to safety. Starting the truck's engine brought a surge of relief that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. The familiar rumble of the diesel motor and the warmth of the heated seats seemed to welcome him back to the world of civilization and modern convenience. His injured ankle throbbed as he worked the clutch and accelerator, but the prospect of reaching medical attention gave him the strength to endure the discomfort. The drive down the winding mountain road to Willowbrook's small hospital was a blur of pain medication from his first aid kit and concentrated effort to maintain control of the vehicle despite his injuries. His truck's manual transmission required frequent use of his left foot, sending fresh spikes of agony through his broken ankle with each gear change. The mountain road's steep grades and sharp curves demanded complete attention, leaving no mental capacity for processing the morning's traumatic encounter. Dr. Patricia Williams, Willowbrook's only emergency physician, had treated Elijah's family for over 20 years and was accustomed to the various injuries that resulted from outdoor activities in the Ozark Mountains. She examined his ankle with professional thoroughness, ordering X-rays that confirmed multiple fractures requiring surgical intervention. His ribs showed hairline cracks that would heal naturally with time and rest, while his shoulder was severely bruised but not dislocated. The medical staff's questions about how he had sustained his injuries prompted Elijah to offer a carefully edited version of events that omitted any mention of the creature's involvement. He described a mechanical failure of his tree stand that had resulted in an unexpected fall, a story that aligned with the physical evidence of his injuries while avoiding the complications that would inevitably arise from a more complete account. Dr. Williams scheduled surgery for the following morning, explaining that the ankle's complex fracture pattern would require the insertion of titanium plates and screws to ensure proper healing. The procedure would be followed by several months of rehabilitation, during which his outdoor activities would be severely limited. For a man whose life had revolved around hunting and outdoor recreation, the prospect of extended confinement was almost as daunting as the morning's traumatic encounter. That evening, as Elijah lay in his hospital bed waiting for surgery, he found himself reliving every detail of the creature's attack on his tree stand, the deliberate intelligence it had displayed, the calculated precision of its assault on the oak's base, and most of all, the unmistakable awareness in its eyes as it had regarded him lying broken on the forest floor. His wife Margaret arrived within hours of his admission, her face showing the strain of receiving an emergency call about her husband's hospitalization. She listened to his explanation of the tree stand's mechanical failure with the skepticism of a woman who had been married to an experienced outdoorsman for over 25 years. Margaret knew that Elijah maintained his equipment with obsessive attention to detail, making a catastrophic failure highly unlikely without some external cause. But she also recognized the haunted expression in her husband's eyes, a look that suggested trauma beyond what would result from a simple accident. In their years of marriage, she had seen him return from hunting trips with that same distant stare only once before, the day he had been forced to shoot a charging black bear that had surprised him near a natural spring. Something in the woods had shaken him profoundly, something that he was not yet ready to discuss, even with his closest confidant. The surgery proceeded successfully the following morning, with Dr. Williams reporting that the titanium hardware had been properly positioned and that healing should progress normally if Elijah followed the prescribed rehabilitation program. The pain medication provided some relief from the physical discomfort, but it did nothing to address the psychological impact of his encounter with something that conventional wisdom insisted could not exist. During his recovery period, Elijah found himself reluctant to discuss his hunting plans for the following season. Friends and family members who had expected him to spend his confinement planning new strategies and scouting locations were surprised by his apparent lack of interest in activities that had previously consumed his attention. He avoided conversations about the Ozark wilderness and became evasive when asked about his long-term hunting plans. The physical rehabilitation proceeded according to schedule, with weekly appointments at the hospital's physical therapy department, marking his gradual return to normal mobility. The titanium hardware in his ankle would remain permanently, creating occasional discomfort in cold weather and serving as a constant reminder of his encounter with the creature in the woods. But more troubling than the physical limitations were the psychological changes that became apparent as the weeks passed. Elijah's sleep was frequently interrupted by vivid dreams of enormous eyes watching him from the forest shadows, while loud noises during the day would cause him to freeze with the same paralyzing fear he had experienced during the tree stand's collapse. The sound of knuckles being scraped across any rough surface would transport him instantly back to that October morning, when something impossible had announced its presence by dragging its massive hands across the oak's bark. His hunting equipment remained stored in the garage throughout the winter months, gathering dust while his friends made plans for the upcoming turkey season. Margaret watched her husband's gradual withdrawal from the outdoor activities that had defined his identity for over 3 decades, understanding that something fundamental had changed during that morning in the woods, but respecting his reluctance to discuss the details. Spring arrived with its usual promise of renewal, but Elijah felt none of the anticipation that had traditionally accompanied the change of seasons. His ankle had healed sufficiently to allow normal walking, though the titanium hardware created occasional discomfort during weather changes. Dr. Williams had cleared him for normal activities, including hunting, but the prospect of returning to the woods filled him with an anxiety that he couldn't rationally explain. It was during a chance encounter at the local hardware store that Elijah first heard rumors of other unusual incidents in the Ozark wilderness. Tom Bradley, a retired game warden who had worked the region for over 30 years, mentioned several reports of hunters finding their tree stands damaged or destroyed under mysterious circumstances. The incidents had occurred across multiple counties, always in remote areas where human traffic was minimal. Tom's casual mention of these events sparked something in Elijah's memory, a connection to stories his grandfather had told about encounters with creatures that possessed intelligence and strength beyond any known wildlife. Old Samuel had spoken of other men who had experienced similar incidents, hunters who had returned from the woods, changed by encounters they could never fully explain or report without risking their reputations. The realization that he was not alone in his experience brought both relief and renewed anxiety. If other hunters had encountered similar creatures, it suggested that his experience had been real rather than the product of trauma-induced hallucination. But it also confirmed that something genuinely dangerous was living in the Ozark wilderness, something that posed a threat to anyone who ventured too deeply into its territory. Over the following months, Elijah began to carefully research historical accounts of unusual incidents in the Arkansas and Missouri Ozarks. Local libraries contained newspaper archives dating back over a century, filled with reports of missing hunters, destroyed campsites, and mysterious sightings that had been dismissed by authorities as pranks or misidentifications. The pattern that emerged suggested a long history of encounters with creatures that preferred to remain hidden, but were willing to use violence when their territory was threatened. Native American tribal histories contained references to forest giants that had inhabited the region long before European settlement. These accounts described intelligent beings that walked upright like men, but possessed the size and strength to uproot mature trees. The tribes had maintained an uneasy coexistence with these creatures for centuries, understanding that certain areas of the forest were to be avoided, except under the most desperate circumstances. The research provided Elijah with a historical context for his experience, but it also raised troubling questions about the implications of his encounter. If such creatures still inhabited the Ozark wilderness, their survival depended on remaining hidden from a modern world that would never accept their existence. His presence in their territory had represented a threat that required immediate action, explaining the calculated violence of the attack on his tree stand. By autumn, nearly a year after his encounter, Elijah had reached a decision about his future relationship with the wilderness that had shaped his identity for over 5 decades. The forests that had been his sanctuary and playground were no longer safe for him, not because of any physical limitation imposed by his injuries, but because he now understood that he was not the apex predator he had believed himself to be for most of his adult life. His hunting equipment was quietly sold to younger men in the community who could make better use of gear that represented thousands of dollars of carefully selected tools. The proceeds were donated to wildlife conservation organizations, a gesture that allowed him to maintain some connection to the outdoor world while acknowledging that his direct participation had come to an end. Margaret noticed the change in her husband's demeanor as he adapted to life without the hunting seasons that had previously structured his annual rhythm. He seemed more present in their daily life together, more willing to discuss plans for travel and activities that didn't involve venturing into remote wilderness areas. But she also recognized the weight of unspoken knowledge that he carried, understanding that his withdrawal from hunting was motivated by something more profound than simple age or changing interests. The anniversary of his accident passed quietly, marked only by a lingering ache in his ankle as October's cold weather set in. Elijah found himself thinking about the creature that had destroyed his tree stand, wondering if it still patrolled the same territory or had moved on to other areas as human development continued to encroach on the Ozark wilderness. Part of him hoped that their paths would never cross again, while another part wished for the opportunity to observe the being from a safe distance, to study something that represented a living link to a wilder version of the world. His relationship with the natural world had been fundamentally altered by those terrifying minutes when he had been helpless prey rather than confident predator. The forest no longer represented a realm where human intelligence and technology provided automatic dominance over other species. Instead, it had become a place where older laws still applied, where size and strength could trump human ingenuity, and where some creatures had learned to remain hidden precisely because exposure would mean their destruction. Friends occasionally asked about his plans for hunting season, unable to understand why a man who had lived for the annual rituals of October would suddenly lose interest in activities that had defined his identity. Elijah's standard response was that his injury had made him reconsider the risks associated with hunting alone in remote areas, an explanation that satisfied most inquiries while avoiding the complications that would arise from a more complete account. But late at night, when sleep eluded him despite the comfortable warmth of his own bed, Elijah would find himself remembering the intelligence in those dark eyes that had regarded him across the forest clearing. The creature had possessed the power to kill him easily, yet it had chosen instead to simply drive him away from territory it considered its own. That decision suggested a level of restraint and calculation that exceeded what most humans would demonstrate under similar circumstances. The memory of knuckles scraping against bark would sometimes cause him to wake with his heart racing, his body responding to a threat that existed only in his subconscious mind. These episodes gradually became less frequent as time passed, but they never disappeared entirely, serving as permanent reminders of a morning when the natural order had been revealed to be far more complex than he had previously understood. Dr. Williams continued to monitor his progress during regular checkups, noting that his physical recovery had exceeded expectations despite the severity of his original injuries. The titanium hardware in his ankle was functioning perfectly, allowing him to walk without assistance and engage in most normal activities. From a medical perspective, Elijah Thompson had made a complete recovery from what the official records described as a hunting accident caused by equipment failure, but the physician also noticed subtle changes in her patient's behavior and demeanor that suggested psychological impacts beyond what would be expected from a simple accident. His reluctance to discuss outdoor activities, his apparent anxiety when loud noises occurred during examinations, and his general withdrawal from the hunting community that had been central to his social life all indicated trauma that extended beyond the physical injuries. The spring following his accident brought the usual community preparations for turkey hunting season, with groups of friends making plans for expeditions into the same wilderness areas where Elijah had spent decades pursuing game. He found himself declining invitations to participate, citing his ongoing rehabilitation as an excuse, while privately acknowledging that he would never again be comfortable venturing into those remote hollows where something much larger than himself considered him an intruder. His reputation as a skilled hunter and outdoorsman had been built over decades of successful seasons, and the community's respect for his expertise remained intact despite his apparent retirement from active hunting. Younger hunters continued to seek his advice about equipment selection and hunting strategies, unaware that the knowledge they were receiving came from a man whose confidence in human dominance over the natural world had been permanently shattered. The transformation in Elijah's worldview was subtle but profound, affecting not just his relationship with hunting, but his understanding of humanity's place in the larger ecosystem. He had spent most of his adult life believing that intelligence and technology made humans the undisputed masters of any environment they chose to enter. The creature's demonstration of superior strength and territorial authority had revealed that belief to be a comfortable illusion that applied only to heavily civilized areas, where truly wild things had been eliminated or driven into hiding. As winter approached again, marking the second anniversary of his encounter, Elijah found himself at peace with the changes that had reshaped his life. The loss of hunting as a central activity had been compensated by deeper relationships with family and friends, new interests in activities that didn't require venturing into remote wilderness areas, and a more nuanced understanding of the natural world that encompassed possibilities he had never previously considered. Margaret had gradually become aware that her husband's hunting accident had involved circumstances beyond what he had officially reported. His behavior patterns, sleep disturbances, and reluctance to discuss the details of that October morning suggested an encounter with something that had profoundly challenged his sense of security and control. But she also recognized that whatever had happened in the woods had ultimately made him more present in their marriage, more willing to invest emotional energy in relationships rather than pursuing solitary adventures in the wilderness. The community's hunting culture continued to evolve around them, with new generations of hunters adopting modern technologies that promised to make wilderness activities safer and more predictable. Trail cameras, GPS devices, and satellite communication systems were gradually changing the nature of hunting from a primitive test of individual skill to a high-tech pursuit that minimized risk while maximizing the chances of success. But Elijah understood that no amount of technology could provide protection against something that possessed the intelligence to avoid electronic surveillance while retaining the physical capability to destroy human equipment when threatened. His research into historical accounts of unusual wilderness encounters had revealed a pattern of incidents stretching back to the earliest days of European settlement in the Ozark region. Reports of missing hunters, destroyed campsites, and mysterious sightings had been documented by journalists, law enforcement officials, and government agencies for over a century, creating a body of evidence that suggested the persistence of unknown species in areas too remote for systematic scientific investigation. The Native American tribal histories that predated European settlement contained even more detailed accounts of interactions with creatures that modern science refused to acknowledge. These stories described sophisticated beings that possessed human-like intelligence while retaining the physical capabilities of much larger animals. The tribes had developed complex protocols for avoiding conflict with these entities, understanding that coexistence required respect for territorial boundaries that were invisible to outsiders but absolutely real to those who enforced them. Elijah's encounter had provided him with personal confirmation of what indigenous cultures had known for centuries, that the wilderness contained inhabitants whose existence was deliberately hidden from a modern world that would respond to their discovery with either exploitation or extermination. The creature's decision to drive him away, rather than kill him, suggested an understanding of the consequences that would follow if human remains were found in circumstances that pointed to an unknown predator. The knowledge he carried represented both a privilege and a burden, providing him with insights into the true nature of wilderness that few people would ever possess, while creating an obligation to protect information that could be dangerous if widely disseminated. He had become an unwilling guardian of secrets that were essential for the survival of species that existed on the margins of human awareness, creatures whose continued existence depended on maintaining the illusion that they were nothing more than folklore and imagination. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, Elijah Thompson adapted to his new role as a keeper of knowledge that could never be safely shared. His reputation as a skilled outdoorsman remained intact within the community, while his private understanding of what actually inhabited the deepest wilderness areas provided him with a perspective that set him apart from those who still believed that human beings represented the apex of North American predators. The scars from his ankle surgery would fade with time, and the titanium hardware would become just another part of his body's normal function. But the memory of intelligent eyes watching him from across a forest clearing would remain vivid for the rest of his life, serving as a permanent reminder that the world contained mysteries that were far more extraordinary than most people could imagine, and far more dangerous than anyone wanted to believe. The next case: the Elkhorn Ridge encounter. Mark Ellison had been hunting the ridges above Shenandoah Valley for 37 years, since his father first handed him a .30-06 at age 12. He knew every deer trail, every seasonal migration route, every quirk of wind that carried scent through the Virginia hardwoods. That's why the silence bothered him. He'd been sitting motionless in his tree stand for 2 hours, watching the game trail that wound between twin oak trees when he first noticed it. No birds, no squirrel chatter, even the ever-present rustle of leaves had stopped, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Mark shifted his weight carefully, the aluminum platform creaking beneath his boots. His breath formed small clouds in the November air. Something was wrong. The feeling started as a tickle between his shoulder blades, the primitive awareness that he was being watched. Mark had felt it before during his tours in Afghanistan, that electric tension that made survival instincts scream danger. But this was different, heavier somehow, more personal. He scanned the tree line methodically, the way his drill sergeant had taught him 20 years ago. Nothing moved in the grey dawn light filtering through bare branches. The trail remained empty. His watch read 6:47 a.m. A branch snapped somewhere behind him. Mark's head whipped around, rifle automatically sliding into position. The sound had come from maybe 50 yards out, too loud and deliberate for a deer. Bears didn't usually move this late in the season, but it was possible. He'd seen 2 black bears on this ridge over the years, though neither had been aggressive. Another snap, closer this time. Mark's pulse quickened. Whatever was moving back there was big and making no effort to travel quietly. Branches cracked under significant weight, and he could hear the distinctive sound of something large pushing through undergrowth. The footfalls, when he could make them out, seemed oddly spaced, too far apart for a 4-legged animal. The metallic taste of adrenaline filled his mouth. He needed to get down from the tree stand. Being 15 feet up suddenly felt like a trap rather than an advantage. Mark reached for his safety harness buckle, fingers working the familiar mechanism, while his eyes stayed fixed on the woods behind him. The footsteps had stopped, but that somehow made things worse. The smell hit him as he lowered his gear bag on the rope system, a rank animal musk mixed with something else he couldn't identify. It reminded him of wet dog combined with rotting vegetation, but sharper, more aggressive. Mark had smelled plenty of wild animals over the decades. This was different. A low rumble echoed through the trees. Mark froze halfway down the tree trunk, boots locked against the bark. The sound wasn't quite a growl, wasn't quite breathing, but something between the two. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, vibrating through the ground and up into his bones. His rifle, slung across his back, suddenly felt inadequate. The rumble came again, closer. Mark dropped the final 8 feet to the ground, landing hard but keeping his balance. His knee twinged, an old injury from Fallujah that never quite healed right. He unslung his rifle and chambered around in one smooth motion, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought faltered. The forest around him remained absolutely still. Mark forced himself to breathe slowly, evenly. Panic got soldiers killed. Panic got hunters killed. He had a rifle, 3 rounds loaded, and 30 years of woods experience. Whatever was out there, he could handle it. A tree shook violently 40 yards to his left. Not swayed by wind, there was no wind. The entire trunk of a young maple, maybe 6 inches in diameter, trembled as if something large had grabbed it and was testing its strength. Leaves that had been clinging to the branches, despite the late season, rained down in a scattered shower. Mark raised his rifle, finger finding the trigger guard. Through the scope, he could see the tree clearly, still shaking, but whatever was causing the movement remained hidden in the shadows beyond. The shaking stopped abruptly. For 10 seconds, nothing moved. Then a sound, unlike anything Mark had ever heard, rolled across the ridge. It started as a low moan, rose to something almost human, then ended in a roar that made his teeth ache. The cry seemed to echo off invisible canyon walls, multiplying and surrounding him. Something crashed through the underbrush to his right. Mark spun, rifle tracking, but saw only a blur of dark fur and impossible height, moving between the trees. His mind struggled to process what his eyes were reporting. 8 feet tall, maybe more, moving upright like a man but with the fluid power of something wild. It was there for maybe 2 seconds before vanishing behind a cluster of pine trees. His hands started shaking. Mark had seen every animal native to Virginia. He'd hunted in Alaska, Canada, and Montana. He'd tracked wounded elk through wilderness that would kill inexperienced hikers. This was none of those things. A branch snapped directly behind him. Mark spun again, rifle up, finger moving to the trigger. 20 yards away, partially hidden behind a massive oak trunk, something stared back at him. 2 eyes, reflecting the weak morning light like a deer's, but larger, more intelligent. They held his gaze for a moment that stretched into eternity. The eyes were almost human. Then whatever owned them stepped into view. Mark's breath caught in his throat. The creature stood over 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown fur that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, tapering to a narrow waist that still looked powerful enough to snap trees. The face was a mixture of ape and something else. High cheekbones, a pronounced brow ridge, but with an intelligence in those eyes that made Mark's stomach drop. The creature was studying him. For a moment, neither moved. Mark could hear his own heartbeat, could smell his own fear sweat mixing with that wild musk. The creature's massive chest rose and fell in a breathing rhythm too slow for something that size. Its hands, Jesus, those hands, hung at its sides, fingers that could probably crush his skull like an eggshell. The creature took a step forward. Mark's rifle came up automatically, scope centering on the broad chest. "Stay back!" The words tore from his throat without conscious thought. His voice sounded thin and useless in the vast silence of the woods. The creature tilted its head at the sound, like a curious dog hearing a new noise. It took another step forward. Mark's finger found the trigger. At 20 yards, he couldn't miss. The .30-06 would drop anything in North America. But the creature's eyes held an awareness that made him hesitate. There was something almost questioning in its expression, as if it was trying to figure out what he was. Another step forward. "I'm warning you!" Mark's voice cracked like a teenager's. The rifle barrel wavered despite his best efforts to keep it steady. The creature stopped, head tilting the other way. Then it opened its mouth. The sound that emerged was unlike anything in Mark's experience. Part roar, part scream, part something that bypassed his ears entirely and went straight to the fear centers of his brain. The cry built in volume and intensity until Mark was sure his eardrums would burst. It seemed to go on forever, echoing and re-echoing through the hills. When the sound finally faded, Mark realized he was on his knees. The rifle lay in the leaves beside him, forgotten. His hands covered his ears, though the gesture felt useless against a sound that had seemed to come from inside his own skull. When he looked up, the creature was gone. Mark struggled to his feet, legs shaking like a newborn colt's. The forest around him looked exactly the same as it had an hour ago, but everything felt different. Wrong. He grabbed his rifle, checked the action automatically, then stood scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. The silence stretched on, broken only by his own ragged breathing. Gradually, normal forest sounds began to return. A jay called from somewhere up the ridge. Leaves rustled in a breeze that hadn't been there moments before. The spell, whatever it had been, was breaking. Mark forced himself to move toward the spot where the creature had stood. His boots crunched through dead leaves, each step unnaturally loud in his own ears. When he reached the oak tree, he found impressions in the soft earth that made his blood turn cold. Footprints, human-shaped but impossibly large, each one nearly 18 inches long and showing the clear outline of 5 toes. The depth of the impressions suggested a weight far beyond any human. Mark knelt beside the clearest print, pulling his phone from his jacket pocket. The screen was black. Dead. He tried the power button, held it down, shook the device. Nothing. The phone had been at 80% charge when he'd checked it in the truck. Now it was completely lifeless, as if something had drained every electron from the battery. Mark looked back at the footprint. In the growing daylight, details became clearer. The toe impressions showed what looked like thick nails or claws. The arch was high, more human than ape. The stride length between prints was longer than any human could manage. A stick broke somewhere up the ridge. Mark's head snapped up, rifle automatically rising. Through the trees, maybe 100 yards away, he caught a glimpse of something large moving parallel to his position. Not toward him, not away, but keeping pace as if monitoring his movements. He needed to get out of these woods. Mark gathered his gear quickly, hands fumbling with buckles and straps that he'd operated smoothly for decades. The creature, he couldn't bring himself to think of it as anything else, was still out there, still watching. The knowledge sat in his stomach like a cold stone. The walk back to his truck became the longest quarter-mile of his life. Every shadow could hide something impossible. Every sound made him whip around, rifle ready. Twice he was sure he caught glimpses of movement in his peripheral vision, but when he turned, nothing was there. The blue Ford pickup sat exactly where he'd left it, parked beside the old logging road that led down to Route 33. Mark had never been so grateful to see a machine in his life. He threw his gear in the back, rifle in the cab, and fumbled his keys from his pocket. The engine turned over immediately. The familiar rumble of the V8 like a prayer answered. Mark locked the doors, cranked the heat, and put the truck in drive. Only when he was moving did he allow himself to really breathe. In the rearview mirror, the woods looked perfectly normal. The drive down the mountain passed in a blur of familiar curves and landmarks. Mark found himself checking the mirrors obsessively, though what he was looking for, he couldn't say. The creature couldn't possibly keep up with a truck, could it? The thought made him press harder on the accelerator. By the time he reached Luray, Mark had almost convinced himself it had been some kind of hallucination. Stress, maybe. He'd been working too many overtime shifts at the plant, wasn't sleeping well since Janet had moved out. The mind could play tricks under enough pressure, but the footprints had been real. And the smell. Mark pulled into the parking lot of Henderson's Diner, a place where local hunters gathered to share stories and lies in roughly equal measure. If anyone would understand what he'd experienced, it would be the old-timers who'd spent their lives in these mountains. Inside, the usual crowd occupied their regular booth. Ed Mackey, retired park ranger, Tom Willis, whose family had hunted these ridges for 4 generations, and Danny Chen, a relative newcomer who'd moved down from Pennsylvania but had earned acceptance through his knowledge of wildlife tracking. "Mark," Ed waved him over. "How'd you make out this morning?" Looked like perfect weather for it. Mark stood beside their table, suddenly unsure how to begin. "I saw something up on Elkhorn Ridge," he said finally. "Something that shouldn't exist," Tom grinned. "Let me guess. Biggest buck of your life. And naturally you missed." "No." Mark's voice was flat, serious enough to wipe the smile from Tom's face. "Something else? Something?" He struggled for words. "Something that walked upright. 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur. Made sounds I've never heard before." The 3 men exchanged glances. Danny leaned forward. "You feeling okay, Mark? When's the last time you got some sleep?" "I know how it sounds." Mark sat down heavily. "But I saw what I saw. Found tracks 18 inches long, clear as day." Ed's expression had grown thoughtful. "What exactly did these tracks look like?" Mark described them in detail, watching the skepticism in his friend's eyes gradually shift to something else. Unease, maybe. When he finished, Ed was quiet for a long moment. "There've been stories," the retired ranger said finally. "Going back decades. Hikers reporting sounds, glimpses of something that didn't fit any known wildlife. Park Service always attributed it to bears or misidentification." "Stories don't leave footprints," Mark said. "No," Ed agreed. "They don't." Tom shook his head. "Come on, you two. This is crazy talk. There's no such thing as Bigfoot or whatever you want to call it. Mark, you probably saw a bear rearing up on its hind legs. In low light with adrenaline pumping, it could look like anything." "Bears don't have 18-inch feet," Danny said quietly. "And they don't maintain bipedal locomotion over distance." Mark looked at him sharply. "You've heard of this before?" Danny nodded slowly. "Pennsylvania. Had some similar reports come through when I was working with Fish and Game. Always got filed under unexplained wildlife activity. Officials never wanted to use the word Sasquatch, but..." He shrugged. "Sometimes tracks don't lie." "So what do I do?" Mark asked. "Who's going to believe this?" "Nobody," Ed said bluntly. "And if you're smart, you'll keep it that way. Park Service gets wind of Bigfoot stories. They'll shut down hunting access faster than you can blink. Too much liability, too many nuts showing up with cameras." Mark felt a surge of frustration. "So I just pretend it didn't happen." "You saw what you saw," Ed said. "But unless you've got clear photos and video, it's just another story." And even then, he gestured helplessly. Mark's phone, still dead in his pocket, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. They talked for another hour, circling around the implications without reaching any conclusions. When Mark finally left the diner, he felt more isolated than when he'd arrived. The 3 men had believed him, or at least hadn't dismissed him outright. But their advice was clear: keep quiet and move on. The drive home to his empty trailer felt endless. Mark found himself checking every shadow, every tree line, even though he was miles from Elkhorn Ridge. The rational part of his mind insisted he was being ridiculous. The primitive part that had kept him alive in Afghanistan whispered that something had fundamentally changed, that he was no longer at the top of the food chain. His phone finally came back to life when he plugged it into the wall charger, but the battery indicator showed 0%, despite having been nearly full that morning. Mark scrolled through his contacts, thumb hovering over numbers for local reporters, wildlife officials, even the state police. Who would believe him? And more importantly, what would happen if they did? Ed's warning echoed in his memory. Once word got out, Elkhorn Ridge would be crawling with cryptozoology enthusiasts, amateur researchers and thrill seekers. The quiet woods where Mark had found peace for 37 years would become a circus. The creature, if it was real, if he hadn't imagined the whole thing, would either be driven away or turned into a tourist attraction. Mark deleted the numbers he'd been considering and put the phone aside. That night, sleep came in fragments, punctuated by dreams of massive footprints and eyes that reflected light like mirrors. He woke repeatedly to phantom sounds, branches breaking, that impossible roar echoing through the trailer's thin walls. By dawn, he felt more exhausted than when he'd gone to bed. Mark called in sick to the plant, something he'd done maybe 5 times in the past decade. Instead of going to work, he drove back to Henderson's diner, hoping to catch Ed Mackey alone. The retired ranger was sitting in the same booth, nursing coffee and reading a newspaper. He looked up as Mark approached, and something in his expression suggested he'd been expecting this conversation. "Couldn't let it go, could you?" Ed said without preamble. Mark slid into the opposite seat. "I keep thinking about those tracks, about what I saw." Ed folded his newspaper deliberately. 23 years I worked for the Park Service. You know how many reports like yours I filed under unusual wildlife activity? How many? 17, spanning from 1987 to when I retired in 2009. Ed's voice was barely above a whisper. 17 separate incidents, all along the same ridge system you were hunting yesterday. Mark felt his pulse quicken. What kind of incidents? Hikers hearing sounds that didn't match any known animal calls. Campers finding footprints that didn't belong to any species in the identification guides. A few sightings, always at distance, always dismissed as misidentification. Ed paused, studying Mark's face. And one incident in 1994 that was classified at a level I wasn't cleared to read. What do you mean, classified? Ed shrugged. Federal wildlife officials came in, interviewed everyone involved, took all the physical evidence and sealed the file. Whatever happened up there, it got someone's attention at a very high level. Mark leaned forward. Do you think it's still up there? I think, Ed said carefully, that these mountains have been here a lot longer than we have. And I think there are things living in them that we don't fully understand. They sat in silence for several minutes, the weight of unspoken possibilities hanging between them. Finally, Mark spoke. I'm going back up there. Ed's eyes widened. That's a bad idea, son. I need to know for sure. I need to prove to myself that I'm not losing my mind. And if you're not, if what you saw was real. Ed's voice carried decades of hard-earned wisdom. Then what? You going to try to capture it? Study it? Turn it into a science experiment? Mark hadn't thought that far ahead. The need to return, to verify his experience, had become a compulsion he couldn't shake. I just need to see it again. And if it doesn't want to be seen? The question hung in the air like smoke. Mark had been thinking of the creature as a curiosity, a mystery to be solved. He hadn't considered that it might have its own agenda. The incident in '94, Mark said. What do you know about it? Ed was quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. Hunter named Kevin Brennan. Experienced guy. Been hunting these mountains since he was a kid. Found his campsite torn apart, gear scattered over a half-mile area. Kevin himself was found 3 days later, 12 miles from where he'd set up camp. Found how? Sitting under a tree, completely catatonic. Couldn't speak for 2 weeks. When he finally started talking again, his story was... Ed shook his head. Let's just say it made your encounter look like a nature documentary. Mark felt cold fingers walking up his spine. What happened to him? Moved to Florida 6 months later. Far as I know, never set foot in a forest again. Ed met Mark's eyes. That's what exposure to something genuinely unknown can do to a person. It changes you in ways you can't undo. Despite the warning, Mark felt his resolve strengthening. The not knowing was eating at him from the inside. He'd spent his adult life as a soldier, a hunter, a man who confronted challenges directly. Running away from this felt like abandoning everything he believed about himself. "I'm going back," he said again. Ed studied him for a long moment, then sighed deeply. "If you're determined to do this, at least do it smart. Don't go alone. Bring backup equipment. And for God's sake, don't try to corner it or get too close." "Will you come with me?" Ed's laugh was bitter. "I'm 68 years old, and my knees sound like gravel in a cement mixer. I'd just slow you down and get us both killed." He paused. "But Danny Chen might be interested. He's got experience with this kind of thing, and he's young enough to run if things go sideways." Mark felt a flicker of hope. Having a witness would make whatever happened more credible, more real. Think he'd agree to it. Only one way to find out. They found Danny at the sporting goods store where he worked part-time, helping a customer select ammunition for elk hunting. When the customer left, Ed explained what Mark was planning. Danny's reaction was immediate. "Absolutely not. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." "I'm going with or without help," Mark said. "Having someone along just makes it safer." "Nothing about this is safe." Danny looked from Mark to Ed and back again. "You're talking about tracking something that's managed to avoid human contact for decades. Something big enough and strong enough to break trees? That doesn't sound safe. It sounds suicidal." Ed leaned against the counter. "Tell him about Pennsylvania." Danny's expression shifted. "That was different. We were responding to reports, taking measurements, gathering data. We weren't actively pursuing the subject." "But you believed the reports were legitimate," Mark pressed. Danny was quiet for several seconds. "Yeah," he admitted finally. "I believed them. Physical evidence doesn't lie, and we found plenty of it. So you know this is real. Real doesn't mean safe. Real doesn't mean we should go looking for it." Danny ran a hand through his hair. "The thing about unknown animals is that they're unknown for a reason. They've evolved to avoid contact with humans. When that changes, when they start revealing themselves." He shook his head. "It usually means something has gone wrong." Mark felt a chill. "What do you mean?" "Territory pressure, loss of food sources, illness, stress." Danny ticked off possibilities on his fingers. "Healthy populations of any species try to minimize human contact. When that behavior changes, it's often a sign of underlying problems. So if this thing is showing itself, it might be desperate. Desperate animals are dangerous animals." The conversation continued for another 20 minutes, but Mark could see Danny's resistance weakening. The younger man's scientific curiosity was warring with his survival instincts, and curiosity was gradually winning. "If I agree to this," Danny said finally, "we do it my way. Professional equipment, proper protocols, safety precautions every step of the way." Mark nodded eagerly. "Whatever you think is best. And if things get dangerous, we leave immediately. No heroics, no trying to get the perfect photograph. We document what we can and get out." "Agreed." Danny looked to Ed, who shrugged. "Don't look at me. I already told you I think this is insane." "All right," Danny said with obvious reluctance. "Give me 2 days to get equipment together. And Mark, don't go back up there alone before then. If something's changed in that creature's behavior, you might not be as lucky a second time." Mark left the store feeling a mixture of anticipation and dread. He had what he'd wanted: a partner, someone with expertise who might help him make sense of what he'd experienced. But Danny's warnings about desperate animals echoed in his mind. What if the creature hadn't simply been curious? What if its appearance had been a threat display, a warning to stay away from its territory? The next 2 days passed with agonizing slowness. Mark went through the motions of normal life, work, errands, meals, but his thoughts remained fixed on Elkhorn Ridge. He found himself researching Bigfoot encounters online, reading account after account of similar experiences. The stories varied in details, but shared common elements: the overwhelming size of the creatures, their human-like intelligence, the profound psychological impact on witnesses. Most disturbing were the reports of aggressive encounters. While many accounts described curious or even peaceful interactions, others told of camping gear destroyed, vehicles damaged, and hikers chased for miles through dense forest. Whatever these creatures were, they weren't uniformly benign. On Wednesday evening, Danny called with equipment details. "I've got thermal imaging, audio recording gear, and trail cameras, plus emergency beacons in case we need to call for help." "What about weapons?" "I'm bringing a tranquilizer gun loaded with enough sedative to drop a grizzly bear. But Mark, that's absolutely a last resort. If we have to use it, we've already screwed up badly." They arranged to meet at first light on Thursday morning. Mark spent the night checking and rechecking his own gear, though he wasn't sure what exactly he was preparing for. How do you pack for an encounter with something that might not exist? The morning was crisp and clear, with visibility that stretched for miles across the valley. Danny arrived at the predetermined meeting point with a truck full of electronic equipment that would have impressed a nature documentary crew. "This is serious gear," Mark observed, watching Danny check camera settings. "If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right." Half-assed research gets people killed and produces worthless data. They hiked in using a different approach than Mark's usual route, coming up the backside of the ridge through terrain that was steeper but offered better vantage points. Danny set up observation equipment at strategic locations, creating a network that would capture any large movement in the area. "Now we wait," Danny said, settling behind a fallen log with perfect sightlines down the main game trail. For the first 3 hours, nothing happened. Normal forest sounds gradually returned as the local wildlife accepted their presence. A family of squirrels chattered overhead. Birds moved through the branches with casual indifference to the human observers below. Then, just after 11 a.m., the sounds stopped. Danny noticed it first, touching Mark's arm and pointing to his recording equipment. The audio levels had flatlined, not just quiet, but completely silent in a way that felt unnatural. Mark raised his binoculars, scanning the tree line methodically. Movement caught his eye about 200 yards out, something large shifting between the shadows of a pine grove. He tapped Danny's shoulder and pointed. Through the thermal imaging scope, Danny could see the heat signature clearly. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. "That thing has to be 7 feet tall, maybe 8. Mark watched through his binoculars as the creature moved with surprising grace between the trees. It seemed to be following a deliberate path, stopping occasionally to examine something on the ground or test the air with its nose. "It's hunting," Danny said quietly, "or foraging. Look at the way it's moving, systematic, methodical." The creature paused, head turning directly toward their hiding spot. Even at 200 yards, Mark could see the intelligence in its posture, the way it held itself while processing information. "Does it know we're here?" Mark whispered. Before Danny could answer, the creature was moving again, but not away from them. It angled through the trees, keeping to cover, but clearly approaching their position. "We need to go," Danny said, hands already reaching for his pack. "Wait! Let's see what it does. Mark, this isn't a nature documentary. If that thing decides we're a threat—" The creature broke cover 50 yards away, moving upright across a small clearing with fluid, powerful strides. Its dark fur caught the sunlight, revealing the massive musculature beneath. When it reached the far side of the clearing, it stopped and looked directly at them. Mark found himself staring into those eyes again, feeling the same mixture of fascination and terror he'd experienced 3 days earlier. The creature was studying them with obvious intelligence, head tilted slightly as if trying to understand their purpose. "Recording," Danny whispered, adjusting his camera. "Getting it all." The creature took 3 steps closer. "That's close enough," Danny said, reaching for the tranquilizer gun. The movement seemed to trigger something in the creature. It reared up to its full height, definitely over 8 feet, and released that same impossible roar Mark remembered from his first encounter. The sound seemed to shake the ground beneath them, a challenge and warning combined. "Time to go," Danny said firmly, slinging his pack and grabbing the most essential equipment. They retreated quickly, but without running, moving back along their planned route while keeping the creature in sight. It followed for maybe 100 yards, always maintaining distance, but clearly monitoring their withdrawal. When they finally reached Danny's truck, both men were breathing heavily despite the moderate pace. "Did you get it?" Mark asked. Danny was already reviewing footage on his camera's LCD screen. "Oh, I got it all right. Video, thermal imaging, audio recordings." He looked up with an expression of profound unease. "Mark, that thing was evaluating us the whole time. You could see it thinking, planning." "What do we do now?" Danny continued scrolling through footage, his face growing more troubled with each frame. "I need to analyze this properly, enhance the images, verify what we're looking at." He paused. "But Mark, this changes everything. If this gets out, it has to get out. People need to know. Do they? What happens when word spreads that there's a genuine unknown species living in these mountains? How long before Elkhorn Ridge is overrun with researchers, cryptozoologists, tourists, hunters?" Danny's voice carried a note of desperation. "How long before someone decides to capture it, study it, turn it into a specimen?" Mark hadn't considered those implications. His focus had been on validation, on proving he wasn't losing his mind. The broader consequences felt overwhelming. "So what are you suggesting?" Danny was quiet for a long time, staring at the camera screen. "I don't know," he said finally. "I honestly don't know." They drove back to town in thoughtful silence, each man processing what they'd witnessed. The footage was clear, unmistakable evidence of something that officially didn't exist. But evidence of what, exactly? And what was their responsibility to both the creature and the public? At Henderson's diner, they found Ed Mackey waiting in his usual booth, as if he'd known they would need to talk through what had happened. "Well?" the old ranger asked as they sat down. Danny showed him selected frames on the camera's screen. Ed studied them carefully, his expression unreadable. "Clear as day," Ed said finally. "No question what you're looking at." "The question is what we do about it," Danny said. Ed leaned back in his seat. "You know, I've been thinking about this situation for the past few days, about Kevin Brennan and what happened to him in '94. Mark leaned forward. "What about him?" "Kevin wasn't just catatonic when they found him. He was changed, fundamentally different person. Wife said it was like living with a stranger." Ed paused. "But he was also peaceful, calm in a way he'd never been before. Like he'd seen something that put everything else in perspective. What are you getting at?" "Maybe," Ed said slowly. "The question isn't whether we should reveal this to the world. Maybe the question is whether the world is ready for it." Danny nodded slowly. Indigenous cultures have stories about creatures like this going back centuries. Forest guardians, spirit animals, beings that exist at the boundary between human and natural worlds. "So we do nothing?" Mark asked. "Just pretend it doesn't exist?" "Not nothing," Ed said. "But maybe we protect it instead of exposing it. Maybe we make sure its territory stays undisturbed, keep the wrong kinds of people from getting too close." Mark thought about the intelligence he'd seen in the creature's eyes, the way it had seemed to assess them as individuals rather than simply react to their presence. It didn't seem aggressive, wary, but not hostile. "This time," Danny added. "But what happens when the next person up there is carrying a high-powered rifle and shoot-first instincts?" The conversation continued through the afternoon, touching on ethics, scientific responsibility, and the practical realities of keeping such a discovery secret. By evening, they'd reached a tentative consensus. The footage would be secured, shared only with a small network of researchers Danny trusted, and used to establish protective measures for the creature's habitat. It wasn't the dramatic revelation Mark had initially wanted, but it felt right. Some discoveries were too important, too fragile to survive public exposure. Mark returned home that evening feeling both satisfied and oddly melancholy. He'd gotten his proof, his validation, but the victory felt hollow. The creature on Elkhorn Ridge would remain a secret, protected by silence and a conspiracy of people who understood that some mysteries were worth preserving. Over the following weeks, Mark found his perspective on hunting, on the mountains, on his place in the natural world fundamentally altered. He still went to Elkhorn Ridge, but as an observer rather than a predator. Sometimes he caught glimpses of movement in the deep woods, shadows that might have been wind-blown branches or might have been something else entirely. He never saw the creature again directly, but he felt its presence. The knowledge that something ancient and intelligent shared these mountains changed how he moved through them, with more respect and less assumption of dominance. 3 months later, Danny's analysis confirmed what they'd all suspected. The footage showed a previously unknown species of primate, one that had managed to avoid scientific detection for centuries. The small group of researchers studying the evidence agreed unanimously that public revelation would lead to the creature's destruction, either through capture attempts or habitat destruction from increased human activity. Mark learned to live with the secret, though it was never easy. At Henderson's diner, the 3 men would sometimes discuss wildlife management, conservation strategies, and the importance of preserving undisturbed wilderness areas. To casual observers, these seemed like normal conversations between outdoorsmen, only they knew the true subject of their concern. The story might have ended there, with the creature safely protected by official ignorance and a small conspiracy of silence. But secrets have a way of demanding attention, especially when they involve something as profound as proof that humanity shares the world with intelligences we barely understand. On a cold February morning, 6 months after his original encounter, Mark received a phone call that changed everything. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, professional, and carried the unmistakable authority of federal law enforcement. "Mr. Ellison, this is Agent Sarah Chen with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We need to discuss some photographs that have come to our attention." Mark's blood turned to ice water. "I'm sorry, what photographs?" "I think you know exactly what photographs, sir. We'll be in Luray this afternoon. Please be available for a meeting at 2 p.m. The line went dead, leaving Mark staring at his phone and wondering how his carefully guarded secret had been compromised. By noon, he'd contacted Danny and Ed, both of whom had received similar calls from different agents. They met at the diner an hour before the scheduled appointment, faces grim with the knowledge that their protective conspiracy was about to unravel. "Someone talked," Danny said without preamble. "The only question is who and why." Ed shook his head. "Doesn't matter now. What matters is damage control." Mark felt a familiar knot of anxiety forming in his stomach. "What do you think they want?" "Same thing everyone wants when they find out about something like this," Ed said. "Control, study exploitation." At exactly 2 p.m., 3 federal agents entered Henderson's diner. They were dressed in standard business attire, carrying briefcases, and moving with the casual confidence of people accustomed to getting their way. The lead agent, a woman in her 40s with steel-grey hair, approached their table directly. "Mr. Ellison, Mr. Chen, Mr. Mackey, I'm Agent Sarah Chen. We need to discuss your recent activities on Elkhorn Ridge." The next hour passed in a blur of questions, barely veiled threats, and the gradual revelation that the federal government had been monitoring unusual wildlife reports in the area for decades. The agents were professional but implacable, making it clear that continued secrecy was not optional. "The footage you captured," Agent Chen explained, "represents a potential threat to national security. Unknown species require assessment, classification, and containment." "Containment?" Danny's voice cracked with outrage. "We're talking about an intelligent being, not a biological weapon. We're talking about an uncontrolled variable in a sensitive ecosystem," the agent replied calmly. "One that has already demonstrated the ability to affect human behavior and decision-making." Mark leaned forward. "What do you mean by that?" Agent Chen opened her briefcase and withdrew a thick file. "Kevin Brennan, 1994. Thomas Martinez, 1987. Jennifer Walsh, 2001. William Preston, 2006. She looked up at their stunned faces. 17 documented encounters over the past 30 years, all resulting in significant psychological changes in the witnesses. "Changes how?" Ed asked quietly. "Obsessive behavior, abandonment of previous life patterns. In some cases, complete personality transformation." Agent Chen's voice remained professionally neutral. "Mr. Brennan moved to Florida and became a hermit. Miss Walsh left her job as a corporate lawyer and now runs a wildlife sanctuary. Mr. Preston sold his construction company and became a forest ranger." Mark felt pieces clicking into place. "You're saying the creature somehow affects people who encounter it?" "We're saying there's a pattern of behavioral modification following exposure. Whether that's psychological trauma or something more direct remains to be determined." Danny shook his head. "This is insane. You're talking about some kind of mind control. We're talking about documented behavioral changes that suggest either severe psychological trauma or direct neurological influence," Agent Chen corrected. "Either way, it represents a threat that requires assessment." The meeting concluded with clear instructions. All footage and evidence were to be turned over to federal authorities. The 3 men were to cease all activities related to the creature. Any attempt to publicize their experiences would result in prosecution under national security statutes. As the agents left, Mark felt a profound sense of loss, not just for the secret they'd been forced to surrender, but for the innocence of his original encounter. What had seemed like a moment of wonder had become something darker, more complex. "So what now?" Danny asked. Ed was staring out the diner window at the mountains. "Now we wait and see what they do with it." Over the following months, Elkhorn Ridge became the site of intensive federal activity. Scientists, military personnel, and specialized equipment moved in under the cover of a long-term ecological study. Public access was restricted, hunting permits suspended, and the entire area placed under federal protection. Mark drove up to the perimeter several times, watching black SUVs move along the old logging roads and helicopters circle the ridge like mechanical vultures. Whatever was happening up there, it was comprehensive and permanent. The creature, if it was still alive, had become a government asset. 6 months after the federal intervention, Mark received an unexpected visitor. A young woman knocked on his trailer door one evening, introducing herself as Dr. Lisa Vance, a behavioral psychologist working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. "I'm conducting follow-up studies on civilians who've had encounters with the subject," she explained. I'd like to ask you some questions about any changes you've experienced since your initial contact." Mark invited her in, curious despite his wariness of anything connected to the federal investigation. Dr. Vance was professional, but seemed genuinely interested in his experience rather than simply gathering intelligence. "Tell me about your daily routine before the encounter," she began. "Work, hobbies, relationships." Mark described his life before Elkhorn Ridge, the demanding job at the chemical plant, the failing marriage, the hunting trips that served as his only real escape from mounting stress and depression. And after, everything changed. The words came out more honestly than Mark had intended. "I couldn't focus on work the same way, couldn't stand being indoors for long periods, started thinking about things differently." What kinds of things? Mark struggled to articulate feelings that he'd barely acknowledged to himself. My place in the world. What's important? Whether the way I've been living actually makes sense. Dr. Vance took careful notes. "Have these changes been positive or negative overall?" "Positive," Mark said without hesitation. "Confusing, but positive. I've made changes I should have made years ago." "Such as?" Mark told her about the job transfer he'd requested to outdoor maintenance work, even though it meant lower pay. About the divorce proceedings he'd finally initiated after years of mutual misery. About the small cabin he was building in the mountains, far from noise and crowds and the pressures of modern life. "Do you attribute these changes to your encounter with the subject?" Mark considered the question carefully. "Not directly, but seeing something that shouldn't exist, something that made me question everything I thought I knew about the world. Yeah, it changed my perspective." Dr. Vance finished her notes and closed her folder. "Mr. Ellison, I need to tell you something that's not in my official report. The subject is still alive and unharmed. The federal investigation has concluded that it poses no direct threat to human safety." Mark felt a surge of relief he hadn't expected. "So why all the secrecy? Why the lockdown on the ridge?" "Because the secondary effects are more significant than anyone anticipated." Dr. Vance's voice dropped to a whisper. "Every person who's had close contact with the subject experiences profound psychological changes, universally positive changes, but changes nonetheless." "What do you mean?" "Reduced aggression, increased environmental awareness, significant decreases in depression and anxiety, enhanced creativity and problem-solving abilities." Dr. Vance paused. "It's as if exposure to the subject triggers some kind of psychological evolution." Mark stared at her. "And the government considers that a threat? The government considers any uncontrolled influence on human behavior a potential threat, especially one we don't understand." They talked for another hour, discussing the implications of a creature that might somehow catalyze positive human development. When Dr. Vance finally left, Mark was more confused than ever about what he'd encountered on Elkhorn Ridge. That night, for the first time in months, Mark dreamed about the creature, not the fearful nightmares that had plagued him initially, but something peaceful. In the dream, he was sitting by a campfire in the deep woods, and the creature was sitting across from him, eyes reflecting the firelight with ancient patience. They didn't speak. The creature seemed incapable of human language, but communication flowed between them anyway. Images, feelings, concepts that bypassed words entirely. The creature was old, older than the mountains themselves, and it carried memories of a time when humans lived differently, with greater awareness of their place in the larger web of life. Mark woke from the dream, feeling refreshed in a way he hadn't experienced in years. The encounter on Elkhorn Ridge, whatever its ultimate meaning, had been a gift. Not just proof that mysteries still existed in the world, but evidence that contact with those mysteries could transform human consciousness in unexpected ways. Over the following year, Mark completed his transition to a simpler life. The cabin in the mountains became his permanent home. His work with the Park Service brought him into daily contact with the natural world he'd nearly forgotten in years of industrial employment. The divorce was finalized amicably, with Janet acknowledging that he'd become a different person, one she respected even if she didn't fully understand. Sometimes, hiking alone in wilderness areas far from Elkhorn Ridge, Mark caught glimpses of movement that might have been wind or shadow or something else entirely. He never pursued these possibilities, content with the knowledge that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. The footage Danny had captured remained locked in federal archives, evidence of something extraordinary that would never see public light. But the three men who'd shared the experience carried its impact forward in their daily lives, living proof that contact with the unknown could elevate rather than diminish human potential. Mark never returned to Elkhorn Ridge. The federal restrictions remained in place, and he had no desire to disturb whatever understanding had been reached between government scientists and the creature they'd found there. Some encounters were meant to be singular, perfect in their isolation from the corrupting influence of repeated contact. On quiet evenings in his mountain cabin, Mark would sometimes sit on the porch and listen to the forest sounds that had once seemed merely background noise. Now he heard them differently, as components of a vast conversation taking place at frequencies and timescales beyond normal human perception. Somewhere in that conversation he was certain the voice of his encounter lived on, a reminder that the world contained wonders worth protecting, even if they could never be fully understood. The last entry in Mark's journal, written 5 years after his original encounter, captured something of what the experience had meant to him. Today, I saw a deer family feeding in the meadow behind the cabin. Mother, father, 2 young ones learning to navigate the world under their parents' patient guidance. For a moment, I felt connected to something larger than myself, part of a web of relationships that extends far beyond human understanding. I think about the creature on Elkhorn Ridge sometimes, wondering if that sense of connection was what it was trying to share. Not threat, not aggression, but invitation. A glimpse of what consciousness might become if we learned to see ourselves as part of nature rather than separate from it. I'll never know for certain what I encountered up there, but I know it changed me in ways I'm still discovering. Maybe that's enough. Maybe the mystery itself is more valuable than any answer could be. Some gifts can only be received once, in perfect conditions, by people ready to be transformed. I was lucky enough to be in the right place at the right moment to receive something extraordinary. The rest is just living with the consequences of that grace. Mark closed the journal and walked out onto his porch, breathing in the crisp mountain air. Somewhere in the darkness beyond his cabin, the forest carried on its ancient conversations. And somewhere, in federally protected wilderness, a creature older than human civilization continued its own mysterious existence, touching occasional lives with transformative power that no government agency could fully control or understand. The story of Elkhorn Ridge would never be told in its entirety, but it would continue to unfold in the changed lives of those who'd been present for one perfect moment when the impossible revealed itself as simply another aspect of a world far more complex and wonderful than most people ever imagined.